Hello and welcome everyone to PMPL Pakistan 2023 spring season. I'm your host Anna Aiden and with me today for the day of grand finals is Ehsan. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for this warm welcome again, Ayana. I'm really excited to be a part of this test with you. And guys, once again, after a long break, we are back with action of PMPL Pakistan 2023. As we promised last week, it's going to be a heck of an action coming forward. And again, Ayana, we are excited, and I'm pretty sure the guys out there are also excited to watch this.
Absolutely. I mean, there was a lot of emotions going through, and I'm very glad that we got like 3 days to process all of it, considering that we did lose out on 4 teams going further from here. But it was a great run, and I'm very excited to see what these guys come up with. But let's just take a look at the overall journey that it has been. We started off on the 21st, we couldn't do anything on that day. But then 22nd, we started off again, went on for the first week, second week, and after a 4-day gap, we're back for 3 power-packed days of action in the grand finals. What are your expectations, Azan?
Expectations are pretty high. I'm pretty sure the teams who got their spot in the finale, they know what kind of opportunity and what kind of responsibility they have to bear for this stage, especially these 3 days. Because again, the next slide will definitely let us know what is on stake. But beside this, there's a lot on stake, like glory, your spot for the next PMPL, and at the end of the day, you want to feel good once you performed throughout these 3 days. So whatever is the outcome at the end of this week, definitely is going to change many lives. But talking about the prize pool, guys, $70,000 is total prize pool for this PMPL Pakistan season, where teams in the league stage, whoever attended league stage, gonna get $1,750 per team. MVP definitely get $1,000 as its individual prize, and rest of the prize distribution was on your screen, guys. But talking about the key points which most of these teams have aggregated for themselves throughout 2 weeks of league play, and the breakdown is pretty simple. Weekly bonus on your weekly overall leaderboard, then you have league bonus for 2 of the weeks of gameplay and your overall standing after 2 weeks, and then total bonus points are the numbers that you will take forward in the finale as a head start. And same thing for initial points and total points are the same ones, but initial points definitely gonna be much of big role in the performance of teams, especially in the finale.
Absolutely. However, the normal point structure is still going to be the same. You have 10 points for the first position, going descendingly from the second to the 8th, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and again 1 for the 8th position. And 9th to 16th, you get nothing. Nada. So you really want to make sure you have a great position. And well, there are a point for every single elimination as well. So that's another thing you can capitalize on. But then that chicken dinner, that definitely has so much cherry on top. Chicken
Absolutely, chicken dinner. Yep. Well, we can talk about it. Some part of the world, maybe they like cherries with chicken. But talking about PUBG Mobile, PMPL, definitely chicken is a big confidence booster. It gives you momentum moving forward into the competition. But let's have a look at overall bonus points, guys, some of these teams have for themselves. So talking about week 1 bonus points, for Aegon XIA, there were 16, then 20 in second week, as their performance was fantastic overall. Then overall bonus points for Aegon XIA is 56. Then we have 7th Element with the 54 bonus points. Then Magnus with 53, 3x with 52. So there is not much of a difference between these top 5 teams in particular. But talking about the lower side of the leaderboard, where top 16 teams, the Faulty Devils have only 20 bonus points. Then moving forward, Team Tough have only 20 bonus points, and Northeast Sports, and further you can have a look on the bonus ranking overall. But it's a big head start for teams like Aegon for 7th Element, as we have seen these guys capitalize on anything, everything they can lay their hands on. So definitely I'm looking forward how they're going to capitalize and how they're going to make the best use of these numbers, these head starts. But guys, these are the qualified teams who got out of the league play, and now they're playing finale for all these 3 days. We will be seeing these 16 contenders against each other, eyeing for that championship trophy and that prize pool of $70,000. But Aegon XI, 7th Element, Magnus Esports, 3x, Art3's XGeneration, Quantum Rage, Team BABLU, Team H2E, The Grounders, 52 Esports, Freestyle, Team QWERTY, Magnus Esports, the Faulty Devils, and team.The, the Ultimate Force, will be, showing their force on the battleground for this PMPL finale. Again, Ayana, the stake is very high, as every team out there know they have somewhat managed to hold on to their spot for the PMPL, the next season. But now it's time to get some pocket money, get something out of this PMPL. But let's see what we're gonna watch out for this day.
Well, we do have some very strong teams coming in, and two of such names are Agonex I8 and 7th Element. Both teams did great performance. Specifically in the first week, they both were looking super strong. The second week, we saw Agonex I8 rise much higher than expected, and then 7th Element was somewhere dipping a little bit, but then in the end they both made it, and it just feels like they both made it with strong contestants, against each other. The damage received difference on Agonex I8 and 7th Element is just so huge. I'm like, okay, that's literally 37,800 difference almost. That's okay. I just need you to take over because this was a lot.
Yeah, it's a big difference, absolutely. And on the other side, if we compare the performances of both of these teams, week one was altogether for 7th Element. The way these guys have cemented themselves on the first spot, it was in itself a big statement from a newcomer, from a new team coming into PMPL for the first time. So again, the kind of performance 7th Element managed to get for themselves even in the first season, it's phenomenal, and there are not many of examples that I can refer to when I want to compare their performance with anyone. But talking about Agonex I8, definitely the performance was unprecedented. It was unparalleled, and none of those teams out there in the lobby could even manage to get close to them in the week two. But as we always discuss, Agonex I8 is a different ball game for them. They are the PMGC experienced team. At the same time, they've been in the circuit for almost four seasons, I guess, for PMPL, 2 previous PMPLs, then PMCO winners. Each and everything, big titles are under their belt. So comparing 7th Element to Agonex I8 in itself, again, I would say it's not a fair comparison.
Makes sense. But I'm still impressed by the difference in the damage taken. It's like 7th Element is not even investing in a fight that they know they cannot win. They're really peculiar with picking those fights, and I think that will help them a lot. However, Agonex I8, the kind of domination this team has shown, specifically in the second week, I cannot get over it. We literally had 50% win rate for this team, and that is huge when you're competing against so many. If it was a game where it was just 2 teams fighting against each other, that would have been a completely different ball game, but this is a lot. I have no idea how to even compare this. This is out of this world.
Yeah, absolutely. And the probability of winning a chicken dinner is 1 out of 16 in a lobby, which
exactly.
Again narrow downs your chances of winning a match. But still, you have a 50% win rate. That's phenomenal. That's even we cannot I would say comprehend in a mathematical equation that how you're doing this, because this clearly shows that you're dominating. And even in the matches where Agonex I8 couldn't manage to get a chicken dinner, they were in the top 3, and looks like they were just always eyeing for the chicken dinner in every match, and none of those teams out of 16 were giving them tough time taking them down early on, or maybe eliminating them in early 6 teams. But again, staying in top 3 every match in itself is a big statement for a team.
Absolutely, and I feel like they did it very fantastically. Every single team in the lobby is gonna be scared of Agonex I8 right now. In the second week, towards the last 3 days, you could actually see players being at much more relief in the game where they did not have to face Agonex I8, which was the first game of every day. It was a whole different game. Every single player was just having fun, chilling, relaxing, and the moment you saw Agonex I8 come back into the game, the other teams would literally shiver because it was just so dominating. It was so polished, so on point. I cannot believe how amazing their gameplay was. But still, I'm expecting that over the second week, there were a lot of teams that already knew that their positions in the top 16 are solidified. And the difference in bonus points isn't that much, specifically in the ones that did get selected. It's hardly a 30-point difference, and I know it's a big difference, but it's something you can still cover up for in a couple of games if you actually tried to. So I feel like there might be some teams who still have something up their sleeves that they haven't disclosed yet, and we might just see a completely different card trick coming into game, and that would just be so amazing to watch. I'm excited to the nerve for that one.
Yeah, the point that you raised here, I totally agree. There are some teams in this final 16 which are too good in shorter format. We shouldn't forget it's only 18 matches to stay on the top. It's just a 3 day, league ref. I would say 3 days of gameplay left. So there could be some surprises coming our way, and I'm pretty sure those surprises will be pleasant ones for us and maybe for some of our viewers, but not will be pleasant for the guys playing with them in the lobby. So yeah, definitely these surprises will make this whole mix way more interesting. But talking about the schedule, guys, the schedule is pretty much extensive for the day. We will start from Miramar, then moving to Sanhok, then Erangel, then Miramar, then another Sanhok, and we will finish it off with Erangel. So 6 matches for the day. So 6 into 3, that means for 3 days we will have 18 chances for all these 16 teams to keep themselves in the top 3, or at least get maximum numbers to go ahead and win the PMPL Pakistan and get the maximum chunk out of the prize pool for themselves. And definitely these prize pool numbers will be a life-changing factor for most of these players. But talking about the first match, it's Miramar. We are starting from an extensive map, and the way most of these maps are arranged looks like the teams who will get the first match, a good performance, they might have to change their strategies in the next coming match. And so, the map arrangement looks like there will be no more comfort zone for these teams, because every match you have to change your play style. Every match you have to look for new strategies, what works, what doesn't work, and it will be a hell of a ride for all of us out here watching this PMPL.
Absolutely. I mean, towards the third and fourth match, obviously there's a little lesser switch that will happen because it's a
Yeah.
wrangle to Miramar. But then other times, whenever you have Sanhok in between, it's definitely going to be a complete change of pace, complete change of strategy to actually go ahead with. And that's just going to be very interesting to watch. However, I'm already worried about our players, though. I mean, they were doing 4 matches a day earlier because there were groups, so one team would get to sit out on at least every single one. But this time, nobody is sitting out 6 matches in a row. I think it's difficult to do. It's definitely a test of endurance, and we'll see who's able to carry forward till the end. However, for this one, the first Miramar of the day, I want to put my money on Quantum Rage.
Yeah, wise pick, I must say, Anna. The way the way you took that pause in between to just think which team I'm going with, it was definitely a wise one and a good pick, I must say. QR, they're very strong on Miramar, and they have shown their class multiple times on this map. And looks like this time around they have a plan, because QR is one of those teams who are very good in the shorter format. So we might see a surprising home run from the side of QR for the day. But what kind of preparations Team Seventh Element have for us for this finale? I'm looking toward Team 3X. What kind of plans they have for us? At the same time, have any of these teams have prepared for the top contender Aegon XI8? Are they going to target them? Are they going to break their spirits early on? So some of these things will definitely translate on the battleground, and I want to see that happening, because otherwise there's no way Aegon XI8 gonna leave. Will get themselves at least the first spot. Without first spot, they're not settling, it looks like, and you have to come up with a plan. Otherwise, it's already done for most of these teams out there.
Well, it's absolutely looking like most of our teams are going to have quite some difficulties going up into the leaderboard as well as into the circle, because the complete chunk, it looks like the circle already created a no touch zone and everyone was outside it. Every single person was outside it, and now sliding down, someone is, starting to come back inside it. However, I feel like we are seeing the same drop coming in from the side of Seventh Element, from the side of North Esports, as well as Agonex I8. But there are some drops that are literally, initiated just for the sake of creating a ruckus all through. Like Regicide, I have seldom seen them go so close to I8, but this time they're trying to do that. Tough is in the mix as well. Generally, I8 is the only one capitalizing on Los Leones. This time, a lot of people are trying to go ahead and create, disturbances for them. The Tierra Bronca area is generally left a little bit in the favor of North Esports, and they generally do not have much to fight for there. But QR is gonna be creating problems for them as well. But like, yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of teams already have targets on their backs. Let's see how it works. I am willing to see how this unfolds. This is exciting already.
Absolutely, and there are so many questions in our minds, and as we are asking those questions, things are getting more complicated, more difficult. So, I would like to stay with the flow of this competition because I just don't want to hype it up too much. So, if nothing happens, it will be again a waste of our energies and waste of our efforts and thought processes coming into this. But definitely, again. Talking about this PMPL, week two have really spiked up our hopes, spiked up our expectations from all these teams because we have seen some impossible things happening. So again, PMPL Pakistan in itself is a big riddle, and most of us are trying to solve and most are trying to make sense for us. But looking forward, again, I don't want to hype it up too much, but looks like teams are now on their right route. They're on the right path toward surviving, toward taking these matches to the full extent. And R3G and Tough, they were pretty close by, but again, the intentions are not to clash early on because right now R3G, they're with a very nominal loot. The same for Team Tough, they're trying to move to Chumasera, their drop location, and then once they are ready to take heads-on fights with these teams, definitely we're going to see a different Tough overall this week. But beside that, guys out there who are watching, guys, make sure if you have just tuned in, make sure you drop a like, make sure that your presence is well, I would say I'm just losing my words. I just lost the train of my thoughts. But make the good out of your presence on the stream. Discuss who is your favorite team, and definitely there's a few giveaways also happening for this PMPL Pakistan. Make sure you participate on those. All the information is in the pinned comment on our Esports Pakistan, PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan streams. So make sure you get the maximum out of these watch hours watching while watching the action. Make sure you win something for yourself as well. But again, talking about this team on the screen, Team BABLU, veterans of the scene. But this time around, they are slightly under the effects of the aggression coming from these teams like R3G, Team QR, Team Aegon Excite, and a new contender 7E. Looks like Team BABLU have some plans for this week for us.
Absolutely. There's definitely going to be much more changes in the gameplay. I'm expecting many more third parties happening this time around, much more long range fights happening this time around. There's going to be definitely at least one player in each team that has a long range weapon with them, used to scout again and find out information for the team. That's definitely going to be one of the key points that people will have, adapted to. And our players definitely would want to go ahead and make sure that they invest only in the fights that make sense for them. Otherwise, there are going to be much more withdrawals happening as well. We might be seeing teams actually walk out of a fight when they realize that this is not working out in our favor. But yeah, I'm not expecting to see any team standing four-man strong towards the last circle because, as I said, I'm expecting more third parties and more long-range fights. That would definitely result in creating much more variables, and strategies will definitely fall apart a little bit. And that might result in teams losing a couple of players in the early stages. And by early, I mean mid-game, because very early on the game, I don't think anyone is shooting any bullets at all. This is going to be a cold start because, again, a lot of teams here, they are for revenge. They are here to get the best out of it. They're here to give the taste of their own medicines to the ones that were ruling the leaderboard. So this revenge is going to be best served cold. And for that to happen, they have to keep their horses held for a really long time before they start taking the fights.
Absolutely, absolutely. And looks like, the way most of these teams are playing close, the players are, holding each other by each other's back, just, the way they're covering each other. Looks like all of these teams, they're eyeing for the first spot. They're eyeing for that PMPL win because, again, having a title under your belt definitely attracts a lot of more attention as well, and
Yep.
also a lot of business for your team. But talking about action, Team QR have just started some of the action in the in our kill feed. QR taking down the player from, I believe, Team Magnus Esports, and Team QWERTY's Voltrux also taking one player down in the lobby. So these are few knockouts. We haven't seen any finished frags, but there you go. I believe Team QR is going to finish first of theirs, and it will be a first frag point for Team Quantum Rage.
Absolutely. The first blood has been drawn, and there it is, a complete elimination of NES Iron. So that's definitely a start. But yeah, both these teams, starting with Q, already queuing up to take up the fight. Seems like they were already prepared to go ahead and invest in the fight the moment they got their weapons on. But again, these fights are happening way far outside the circle. They do have to make sure that this investment does not go so long that it starts harming their own health points, because they want to
Yep.
make sure they enter in with good amount of health, because the entry is not going to be easy anymore. This is the grand finals. All of our teams are going to be waiting for someone to be just a little bit low. Every single thing, a little bit of HP, a man count, a weaponry disadvantage, everything is going to be turned against them. So they have to be very, very sure that they are making sure that they are putting their first right foot ahead every single time. There is no room for mistakes anymore. No, none at all. The teams that did come in at the very bottom stages, like you can say TUF, Team QWERTY, these teams didn't come in with the best bonus points, so they have a lot more to work for. They have a lot bigger distance to carry forward for. So I'm expecting these teams to actually make sure that they have everything polished, everything on point when they enter into the circle, because every single circle here is gonna be merciless. This is the time where you every single battle as the end of the war.
Yep, and looks like the plans for some of these teams are happening. But there you go, Miracle just dodging from a slight inch from player of Team Tough. I believe will be taking one of the players down. But Edgar, with his experience taking down one fair player from 3X, the trade coming in right away from the side of Team 3X is Montu versus Team 3X Team Tough player Thor. Thor will definitely try to go ahead and make sure to get another knock or maybe just neutralize the process for some time. But there you go, Team 3X, they have a formation now for themselves. Edgar also trying to get the revive. He's coming back toward his player, and so he can be revived. But Team Tough Thor taking down another player from 3X's 2 versus 2 situation, and now Thor is also knocked out. So Team Tough, they're in a pickle. Looks like Team 3X will definitely push forward, but M7's utility taking down another player from 3X. Arbaf is out. Team Tough losing 2 of their players. Miracle is also low on HP. M7 is pushing forward. Tommy in the action. Cairo coming forward, and Cairo is also down. What's going on? Team Tough right now looking really promising, and the final player from 3X is also eliminated, but there could possibly a third party. But Team TG versus 7E, it's happening. 7E, Sad Boy low on HP. Team TG, rest of the team where it is, and the Sad Boy will get eliminated. Team BABLU is also nearby. Definitely would like to be a part of this fight happening between Team TG and 7E, but 7E taking down 2 of the players from Team The Grounders and leaving them with only 2 surviving. But Aegon XI8, at the very start of the game, they are just into the mix. They have started rumbling, and this time around is Team XGeneration. Shami Boy in the front taking down IQ. Psycho is also there. Team Aegon XI8 definitely need more support coming on, but Aegon XI8 IQ, he will be waiting for that revival. On the other side, XC's rest of the players, they are slightly far from their team, but I believe Team XGeneration, they'll definitely push forward and make things difficult for Team Aegon XI8. Another player down from Shami. Shami taking down 2. XGeneration. Psycho is also out. Shami is out. Uzum is the one taking care of the whole thing, and XGeneration Saad is right now waiting for that moment where definitely will put an end to this misery coming from the side of Team Aegon XI8. Nate from Saad taking down IQ, and this time around it's a decision-making time for Aegon XI8. Uzum to move away from this, otherwise he can also get eliminated. But Team XGeneration, they will definitely revive Psycho. Unfortunately, Shami is out of the mix, but overall XGeneration leaving with 2 players still surviving and definitely making Team Aegon X8 a way cripple to even. I don't feel like Aegon X8 will survive anymore in this game.
Well, they still have one man standing, but that's just gonna be it. And I feel like, just as you said, this does not leave much room for the team to actually go ahead. This was a very, very risky fight that XGeneration invested themselves in. It's only 2 frag points so far. It is gonna convert into a 3 very soon. But yeah, for 3 frag points, losing 2 players on your team, definitely gonna be a hurtful start. Definitely gonna be a painful start for the team. But still, the team that you have literally demolished right now is Aegon X8, the one everyone had been fearing. And as I said before, there is a very clear target on the backs of the teams that have actually, started off with great frag points. So we are actually in a real game right now. It does not seem like any team is gonna be merciful or forgiving or even afraid at this moment. They have all decided, this is it. We go in and we do this. Regicide being the second team, getting picked off with no frag points whatsoever. Just puts them way far down on the leaderboard.
WR3G, not an ideal start for them for this PMPL finale. But Team QWERTY with 4 eliminations in their backpack, definitely looking like they are another force to be dealt with. And looks like Team QWERTY have a plan in their mind, and now they are moving forward in the circle as well. Could possibly go into the fight against Team.The Grounders, but looks like the path Team QWERTY's Khan is choosing for himself could be a dangerous one, because TG, they're already wounded. They'll definitely not think twice before finishing Team QWERTY's Khan, full-fledged, and won't be waiting for the other players to come and have a fight with. But yeah, sure, looks like there you go. Team TG is destroyed, trying to shoot. Team QWERTY's Khan missing some shots, and that's where Team TG, with one of their chances of taking a frag for themselves, they just lost it for themselves. But now they have to move into the circle. It's a long route for them, and they have to make this decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to just find any good space into the circle. But looking at the circle is kind of more centralized toward Magnus Valley, going way more southern than the previous 2 circles. And looks like Team Tough, they are sitting pretty nice at a very good position in the circle, but now they don't have the person advantage. They can take full-fledged fights with any of the contenders coming into the play area. But furthermore, Team Tough, they have 4 eliminations in their backpack. Team XG with 3 eliminations, and again, rightly said by Hana, they have taken down one of the best contenders out there in the lobby. They should be proud of themselves. But let's see how far they can go with this.
Absolutely, they did take out one of the best contenders, as you mentioned right now, Ehsan, but it definitely does come back to the point, no matter who you frag out, it's still gonna add just 1 point per elimination. It doesn't matter who it is. So it would have been definitely a very wise choice to actually go ahead for a little different fight to start with. But look at that, the Grounders just making sure that they have every opportunity capitalized. Team QWERTY is already gonna be on a loss, and there's more players to come by, but Tokusaurus is gonna have his eyes right on the evil boy. So that's definitely gonna create quite some ruckus here. And while our teams deal with this ruckus, I do want to go back to the point that yes, XGeneration did take out one of the best contenders out here. That is a sign of relief for a lot of teams, but not as much for the one that actually went ahead and picked that off, because again, XGeneration is left with just 2 players. It's gonna be a difficult fight going forward with any team at all.
Yeah, it'll be a difficult one, but another fight break in between Team Quantum Rage and Team TFD. Team TFD just sitting around. 2 of their players are, one of their players is down, and they definitely gave some good trades to the players of QR. Senior is out, H2E on the other side, keeping themselves busy, and Team QR is down to their last man standing, last 2 players standing. But Magnus Esports also joining into the mix definitely will make it easy for Team TFD to just finish out this fight that they have just started, and TFD Leon keeping himself busy as well with the Team Magnus Esports. Now, attracting too much attention from the side of Magnus Esports will definitely be detrimental for Team TFD, because this way they won't be able to finish off the players, the ones who are surviving. But there you go, Team Magnus Esports making things difficult once again for Team QR. They are finishing those elimination points, which Team TFD somewhat with the great amount of difficulty. They managed to try to get for themselves, but Team Magnus Esports picking the low-hanging fruit and definitely will increase their kill count as a team in this match. But 52 Esports also nearby. Magnus Esports can possibly go into the fights against them, but 52 Esports, after losing their players, looks like it's a 3 versus 4 again for them to deal with, and it will be a difficult fight for Team 52 Esports. But now it's 3 versus 3. Team Magnus Esports possibly gonna get some more damage from the side of 52. Joker have a big responsibility on him. He has a good angle. He can definitely punish Team 52, but I'm sorry, Team Magnus Esports. But right now he's not getting the good angle or good vision on the players of Magnus.
Well, Magnus has also attracted quite some attention. There's 52 Esports, and alongside, there's also the presence of the team that did take the fight against QR, I guess it was. And yeah, that is the team of the Faulty Devils, if I'm not wrong. So both those teams are currently, making sure that they have their eyes set on Magnus Esports. And well, they are gonna face all the consequences. Instant karma being served right here. 52 Esports doing a third party on Magnus, who just finished off a third party for themselves. And this is going to result in a lower number of man counts staying out for them as well. H2E going really strong. Freestylers still surviving with all of their players. And 7th Element, I for a second felt like they were going to lose some players, but they did not. And that just turns out to be one of the best things that they did so far in this grand finals. But yeah, going back at the complete tally, they are the only three teams surviving with all of their players. But for how long is the question. This fight is going on getting stronger and stronger between Magnus Esports and 52 Esports. Both of these teams have to vouch for themselves, each man for himself right now, because it doesn't seem like there's any backup that can come in for anyone. Hassan right now making sure that Magnus Esports does not have any scope remaining in the game. And that's a goodbye on 12th position for Magnus Esports with only 4 points in pocket. So, okay, be satisfied with that for now. But I'm expecting much better going forward, because Magnus, QR, 3X, Regicide, again, some teams that were ruling the leaderboard overall in the league, going that back down, it seems like they were in for a good surprise. The teams have switched up quite a bit, and this is what makes it more and more exciting going day by day.
Absolutely. I wasn't expecting 52 Esports to give this kind of, tough competition to Magnus Esports. It was a 4v3. They, in 52 Esports being proactive, they managed to take down the first player of Magnus Esports, but right away they lost their player. It was again a dominant situation for Magnus, but the way Team TFD jumped into this third party, the way Team 52 Esports kept themselves busy against the players and ended up taking down the whole squad of Magnus. They had to share a few of the frags with the TFD, but anyhow, a threat being eliminated is the best feeling, rather than just thinking of giving out some of these frags to other teams. But looks like there are very few teams left with 4 of their players standing. As you said, it's 70, Team H2E and Team Freestyle. H2E have the maximum control right now on the southern side of the circle, which makes them more of a chance, which makes their chances way more brighter than other teams, especially fighting against each other on the northern side of this play area. But Northeast Sports also, they managed to take down one player from TFD, Leon, the busy one, getting eliminated. And I believe 52 Esports Chotu will confirm this elimination point for himself, and it's his 4th individual frag for his team, which is in itself a big achievement for any individual player starting off their finale for this PMPL. But on the other side, Team NES, they have realized Team TFD has already been injured, been crippled by teams from all around, and now they are trying to take a heads-on fight. First, Nightmare going with the utility, and if they get a knock, I'm pretty sure Northeast Sports will go ahead and clear this mess out.
Well, I'm not going to count 7th Element completely out of it just yet, because they have all 4 members standing and they haven't even entered the circle quite well just yet. And I'm expecting them to go ahead and take some control for themselves. But yes, you very rightly mentioned that there's a great amount of area under control of H2E, and that just makes them one of the biggest threats around there. But it feels like if the numbers do get balanced out and the circle shifts a little bit towards the center, Team.X will have a great time because they have the only surviving compound inside the circle to themselves. So I feel like if the members start getting, picked off from the teams that have more, that's only 4 teams that have more members in them. So if these fights result into player loss, Team.X will have a great chance for themselves as well. And look at that. Agon X8 in the meanwhile
Yeah.
getting taken out completely. One of the most hyped teams of this tournament already leaving for the lobby at the 10th position with only 2 flag points. Gonna be disheartening for a lot of fans, is a little disheartening for us as casters as well. But yes, we will see which one takes it home because right now freestylers getting back into their freestyle gameplay and taking XGeneration off of here. So well, XGeneration did follow the one they came to follow. They followed Agon X8 onto the playfield and then out of the lobby as well.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Joke aside, but it is what it is, and definitely it makes sense when you are left with only 2 players. Gets very hard for you to survive in a situation where most of the contenders out there have a clear-cut player advantage on you, and even if you take 1 or 2 players down, still without even a clutch moment you won't be able to survive for long. But BABLU reviews, he is eyeing on the players of Team 7E, could possibly punish them, but look at the way proactively 7E players just dodging all these bullets coming from the side of reviews, and now they have an idea where the player could possibly be, and 7E could definitely go in and confirm that elimination. But H2E Vengeance, he is looking in that direction and can possibly help 7E to eliminate this backstab for themselves, and Play Zone will confirm BABLU reviews. Team 7E and Team H2E, they both tried their best, but BABLU Play Zone was more contagious than their bullets going forward toward Team BABLU's reviews. But seeing 7 teams alive looks like the space for these teams are getting way shorter, way compact to just hold on to, because now they have to go head to head to take a fight, to get the control of the map. Otherwise they have to leave for the lobby, and looks like this is the same script happening on the northern side of the circle, where Team NES and Team Freestyle both are trying to find any opportunity to just spot one player and take them down.
Ehsan, tell me this. On a field this open, how do you feel claustrophobic? It's when you play that's exactly when you play PMPL Pakistan Spring Season 2023. Yep. That's the only time this happens. It's such an open field, but there's literally no room to breathe. Every single player is just rushed out of their area. It's no opportunity for any mistakes whatsoever. I think NES is going to be in a lot of trouble as well. Snow is trying to mend himself, and he does. But then there's still 2 teams surviving that are trying to fight him off. It's just 2 single players. But again, when they come together, it is going to be difficult for NES to survive out of here. ToughX is also right in front of them, so that's going to be another one that can take joy in this pie cutting ceremony. So it just seems like NES has attracted way too much attention. 3 teams on their backs constantly, gonna be quite a disheartening fight for them. But in the same time, the other 3 right now enjoying quite some cherishing, fruitful, leisure time for themselves. 17 not investing much in any fights at all. H2E also chilling around, waiting for the right ones to come against them. And well, freestylers, with all 4 men standing, only 2 frag points, but still in a great position inside the circle nonetheless. All these 3 teams, they have acquired the southern side of the circle, so it seems like the northern edge is going to be the one where the fights begin as of now. But the southern edge is going to be a bloodshed in no time at all. H2E already picking shots. T24 OP is going to be in a grave dangerous situation. But H2E needs to be wary that their own players are not also on the best position as far. This is getting more and more tricky. The nades are going to come in. The shots are going to come in. Everything is going on, being traded off. Whatever is coming in from the side of 7th Element is being traded off again from the side of H2E. This is the kind of fight that we're waiting for. But look at the third party advantage that everyone is so hungrily waiting in for. Freestylers just goes ahead, capitalizes onto that situation, puts H2E in a grave danger. But in the meanwhile, they are still going to be able to survive with all force on all these teams, while freestylers, being the third party, still gets injured.
Yeah, definitely a big help coming from the side of Team Tough for Team Freestyle. Otherwise, 52 Esports final standing player could have been a problem for Freestyle to just deal with. But as we were mentioning about North Esports, they definitely delayed their coming toward the play area, and that's what now it's biting them in the back. And looks like Team NES, they are now the center of attention for all of these teams out there. Team Freestyle are also taking shots on them. Team Tough from the warehouse taking shots on North Esports, and now North Esports is left with only 2 players standing. Their main tracker Nightmare is out of the mix, but H2E, they're taking heads-on fight against Freestyler, which is I was least expecting, because they were pretty close to 7th Element, and somewhat 7th Element gave some difficult time to Team H2E and making them to avoid the fight. But H2E Vengeance on the other side taking another knock on 7th Element is taking fight against H2E as well at the same time. So H2E, I'm not sure what their plan is in these final circles. They are taking fight right, left, center, which is making things difficult for them to just hold on to, because now they have attention of 2 teams. Freestyle is also taking knocks, taking fight against them, and now they are left with only 1 player standing within no time. And now definitely the fight for the chicken dinner was between H2E and 7E, but Freestyler somewhat they managed to turn the tables for themselves. But Freestyle on the other side, now it's time for them to take fight against 7E. It's the decisive fight between 7E and Team Freestyle, but things are getting difficult. 7E Tokosaurus moving forward, Arm taking down the 3rd player, and now it's getting way difficult for 7E to even survive, and T24 OP will give his ghost away as well. And it's time for Team Freestyle with 7 eliminations in their backpack. 7E is out of the game. A moment ago we were talking about H2E and 7E could be the top contenders for this game, but now both of these teams are not even relevant for this final fight. But NES with 2 players standing, low on HP. Team Tough also have a centralized position in the circle, and we have just started into the 9th phase of the game. So looks like it's all about who is in the center and who is gonna survive from the blue zone. And the kind of position Team Tough is holding on to, looks like Team Tough have a fair chance to make the best out of this.
Well, definitely Team Tough has the best situation for themselves. They have a great positioning. They have great cover for themselves as well. But the man count advantage still rolls on the side of Freestylers. There is no chance that we're going to see North Esports surviving for any time longer. Maxi is already picked off, and so is No. That is Tata bye-bye to the team of North Esports. Now it's 2 teams surviving. It's a 4v2. The center of the circle is already acquired from the side of Tough. Oh my god, there comes a knock and there comes another. They've already equalized the man count. Team Tough, are you going to be the one taking away this chicken dinner? This is just the start of the day. You haven't even started at the top, and it's looking like you're going for it right now. As I said earlier, the revenge is being served. There has come a counter knock from the side of Black, but it's going to be a 1v1 situation as of now. Oh no, Freestylers is go ahead and capitalize on this one. There comes a victory from the side of Freestylers. They had all the advantage. They lost all of it and still won the game nonetheless. That's the kind of performance that you're trying to look for when you come this far into PMPL Pakistan, because I mean, you have everything in your hands, you start losing grip of everything one after the other, and then you just rise up like the kings that you always were meant to be. That's what we're here for. That's exactly what we're here for.
GG's, what a performance from Team Freestyle. And but this performance will definitely put them, I believe, on the top 3 positions on the chart. Let's have a look, and they're on the first spot with this 21 points jump overall. But seeing the kind of performance they managed to get for themselves from this match, definitely hands down great performance from Freestyle, and a big GG's to the whole team. I wasn't expecting Black to play this kind of role in that situation, because he was the one with the most pressure on. But guys, we'll discuss this after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
नहीं यार, आज गेम नहीं खेल सकता।
अहमद,
आ रहा हूँ मम्मी।
हाथ बढ़ाने से, साथ निभाने से, उम्मीद बांटने से खुशियाँ घटती नहीं बस बढ़ती है। वही देता है वही सुनता है, जब भी दोगे तुम सदा।
And once again, guys, we are back with PMPL Pakistan, and it's the first season of 2023. This is your host Essen. Alongside me, it's Sehana once again, and we are back with our post-match one segment. What a great performance from Freestyle. There are not many words left for this kind of performance. It was very unexpected. It was something, Freestyle battling themselves through all that mess which was stacked upon them on the northern side of the circle, and rising from that mess as a king of Miramar, winning the chicken dinner for themselves. So again, Ayana, what a wonderful performance and what a comprehensive performance coming from this team.
Absolutely, but MVP still goes to 7th Element Tabby, going in with 4 eliminations and 252 healing, which is again a low number, and I think low numbers are where 7th Element, rocks the best, specifically when it comes to healing. And damage is 1017. That's quite a lot of damage for just 4 eliminations. But I'm really amazed by the way 7th Element played, and also a little bit disappointed that they did not get the chance to actually go ahead and capitalize on the chicken dinner. But freestylers, they're one of the teams that I always felt like they have 0 fights in the beginning. There's no standing at all. Even after getting the chicken dinner, they do not have as many points for themselves. But this time they just changed my mind. I am impressed. I'm not even gonna change my words on this one. They are just outstanding. They literally lost every single thing and then they won it. Okay, give me that.
Yep, and after the first match, first win, they're on the top position. And I believe starting your finale with this kind of performance, the whole squad will just be united. And once again, they will be striving for the same first spot overall for this finale to get the PMPL title. But talking about the top players, we have Tabby, Team 52 Esports. Chotu, the guy was keeping himself busy throughout the match, especially for his team. And then we have T24 OP with 2 eliminations, 758 damage. But Arham doing the clinical work against 7E, taking down 3 of their players. And Joker with those utilities, with those 2 quick knocks on Team Freestyle, made us believe at some point that Tough could possibly be the winner of the first match. But Black had different plans for us, and the Malik and Black, their dynamic duo, managed to take Freestyle home and got the first chicken dinner of this PMPL finale. But my summary overall, guys, is Team Freestyle and Team 7E, but highest healing done by Northeast Sports, second highest healing done by another player from Northeast Sports, third highest healing done by another player from Northeast Sports, and the fourth highest healing was from Chief OG from Team QWERTY. So I believe Northeast Sports throughout the game were just trying to heal themselves, just trying to be there, just surviving somehow, and they managed to get to the third spot overall in this match. So 7 points for them as well. But talking about the match rankings, Team Freestyle with 21 points, a major breakthrough for Team Freestyle.
Absolutely, and we weren't expecting this so early in the game, seeing all the way from the bottom of the table rising all the way to the top of it. This is quite game changing, and there's gonna be a lot of such moments coming in forward, going into the remaining 17 matches, and I am not gonna be surprised if I see completely unimagined team coming up, because that's how the start of the day has been. I put my money on a very safe team. I put it on Quantum Rage, but they got picked out so early on, and that was just not looking like anything that we were expecting. But yeah, I feel like all of these teams have just polished themselves quite a bit in the last 4 days that we had off. This has been a complete practice session that was going on. I feel like they were grinding like 24/7 for 4 days in a row. Must be exhausting, but definitely gave some results.
Yeah, sure. And again, beside practice, the thing is, all of these players from Freestyle, they're playing from the same location. They're sitting, I believe, pretty close to each other, and that's what the communication gap is not there. Their goals, their motivation is the same, that just want to make the maximum out of these 3 days and make sure you get the best spot in the PMPL, because again, top 8 teams, they will qualify for South Asia Championship, which is another opportunity for these teams to make some extra cash, and also qualify for PMGC, which is another big tournament out there for the global stages, because the more you aggregate in the points for these PMPLs, definitely your chances will be more brighter to eventually get invited for PUBG Mobile Global Championship. But keeping all that aside, guys, let's move toward our second match of the day. Definitely we'll have a look at the schedule, but this time around it's a change of plans, it's a change of momentum, it's a change of overall game pace, and we will be moving towards Sanhok, which is again, it could be anyone's map. We're not saying it's going to be an Aegon X8 map, but any team which is good with their gun skills, the team who is proactive and keeping an eye on their surrounding, definitely can win this match.
I am already putting my money on Team BABLU because it's been a long time waiting. I do want to see them come up with a chicken for themselves. It's been quite a while since we saw that. But like, yeah, I mean, Sanhok is one of the maps where you can actually go ahead, aggress in, and that's just the kind of playstyle that Team BABLU would actually, you know, flourish in. Because I've been seeing them holding back quite a bit these days, and I feel like if they change the pace a little, if they went ahead for head-on fights, considering that they're really good with their aim. I mean, all of these teams are, but I feel like Team BABLU could really have a shot on Sanhok. So let's just see if it turns out to be one that's in their favor. But that's just the prediction I am going with. But I would want to know, if you had to choose, if you did not have a way of playing it safe, what would your pick be?
I would say even if I have to choose, I would definitely choose 3x, but there is a big risk associated to picking 3x, because right now, as we see, most of the time 3x have an early fight on Sanhok in bootcamp against Team QWERTY, and that's where the decision, that fight is the decision maker for the whole match. If 3x survives from there with 4-man standing, there's nothing that can stop them to be in the top 3 and possibly could win the match for themselves, because dropping in the mid of the map gives you a fair chance of surviving more, because this way you don't have to be much worried about the play zone coming your way. The play zone is never always pushing you to get into the circle most of the time, so you have this peace of mind and you play with your own pace, you know, keeping an eye on the surroundings, because Sanhok is all about surprises. The way teams play stealth, it's a different ball game, and most of the time some of these teams have a hard time surviving. It's not about taking heads-on fight. You know, having a head-on fight, you have an idea where the player is, it's an easy for most of these players. But when you have no idea where the players are, and when you have like you're just, you know, feeling slightly comfortable, no one you know, took any fires on you for the last 2-3 minutes, and now the moment you stop feeling comfortable, that's where they strike and things get difficult within few seconds. But again, as we were mentioning, it's Sanhok, and Sanhok could be another entertaining map for us, and it could be also a confidence booster, a momentum setter for some of these teams which had a difficult map in the previous one.
Well, absolutely, but I'm still looking forward to see what kind of you know, fights come in Sanhok. I'm expecting drop location changes in Sanhok, because again, this is one of the maps where you actually want to go ahead, take the fight, get done with it in the beginning itself, so that there's less surprises that await you inside the grass, because that is not surprising anymore. That's just shocking to see someone just pop out of nowhere and shoot at you. It's scary. So I mean, if I were to make a game plan for myself, I would want to make sure that I keep an eye out for whichever team does this the most, drop right with them, and make sure they're done for in the beginning itself, because I don't want this. I'm not good at surprises. I'm not good at receiving surprises. If you brought me anything for my birthday, I'd be like, oh, nice, thanks, but like, you could have gone for that. That's just so
yeah, you know, sometimes it is difficult. Sometimes it's difficult. You're always guessing, you know, what should I pick from all these you know, great gifts, but it's a difficult thing to please a person like you, definitely, with these surprises. So I'm not gonna take the chance, and definitely whoever is taking chance, tell him to be cautious with whatever you pick. Try to ask, you know, try to get some hints, otherwise it will be not a good experience overall for you as well. But yeah, guys, it's time to move into Sanhok. You know, all of that personal talk, chit chat is set aside now, and now we are ready for the action. We are ready for all the surprises that definitely will come our way in this match. And looks like the playing path is kind of more toward the eastern side, you know, trying to go for that western side, trying to focus more on Painan, Ruins. Then we have it's pointing out toward Bantai. Camp Charlie is in reach, but it's Sanhok. It's no big deal. You can glide to any part of the map. Right now, with this kind of plane path, it'll be slightly difficult. We might see some clashes early on, but again, it's part of Sanhok, and we are definitely looking forward to it.
Well, there it is. There it is. The team's already trying to accommodate themselves with the play area. Magnus still going for the same exact spot, that is Paradise Resort. They generally do have a fight coming in for them at that spot. Not happening just yet today, so a, an easy loot time for them. But again, I do have this complaint with Paradise Resort. They do not have enough healing, so Magnus will have to go ahead, scatter a bit, and find out enough, first aids to go further. 3x already in the area of boot camp as you expected, but there's nobody this time to try and contest them, specifically not Team QWERTY. I feel like they are way too far away. The Grounders and 7th Element still going for the same exact spot that they always do. 52 Esports is gonna be on Hatton. If they move towards the circle. Okay, now here's the thing, complete eastern circle, right? So the eastern island is completely in it, but there is going to
Yeah.
be a move that needs to happen from the other two islands. And that is not going to be an easy one. 52 Esports is going to be in the crosshair of everyone that is watching the bridge and the teams that try to cross it alongside. It's going to be the Grounders and 7th Element that are going to be pushing 52 Esports in a very sandwiched situation. Does not look like the most optimal place. Same goes for freestylers because they're again going to be in the crosshairs of quite a few teams that try to go towards the circle. And well, the circle also being unforgiving has almost like 30% or 35% of it inside water, making it a very difficult one for teams to go to. Like Sanhok is already a tiny place, and then you're making the area even smaller by making it mostly water. So these teams, they have a lot to fight for. Agon XI8 might have an easy entry. Quantum Rage might have an easy entry as well if they go from cave to quarry and then in. But for any teams that are going from the side of Painan or from the side of Hatton, this is not looking good for you.
And the problem is it's the bridge. Being the
Yeah.
bridge in the mix is a difficult thing to deal with. But Northeast Sports, the way they have placed themselves, looks like they could be the team. Might be taking some frags on 52 Esports, but somewhat 52 Esports, they just managed to start swimming towards the main island early on, which raises their chances of at least surviving for quite some time. But Team TG on the other side, they definitely spotted one of the players from Team 7E. T24 OP could be that guy getting eliminated early on. And Team TG, let's see what sort of plan they have for Team 7 Element. 7 Element, they had a good match previous one, and getting eliminated this early won't be this won't be a good thing for them because they want that momentum moving forward into the competition. But let's see how 7E T24 OP can survive, because 7E rest of the players are also somewhere close by, and Team TG and 7E going heads on like this will definitely be a problem for two of the players of Team TG right now in the mix, because they have no idea where the rest of the players of 7E are right now, and this could be a difficult thing to deal with.
Well, absolutely. TG has taken a fight that they weren't prepared for because, again, 7th Element does have players that are going to be coming up and taking up the fight to avenge T24 OB. However, the rest of the players from the side of the Grounders are very far off, so that's just going to be a difficult situation for the team. But as of now, they have definitely secured themselves a frag point, and that too on 7th Element. That makes the team already a little bit on the deficit of man count. If the rest of the team from the side of the Grounders is able to make their way back in and close to the rest, to the players that just took off on T24, they might have a great start. But wait a second, 7th Element is withdrawing from the fight already. I felt like T24 had enough time to actually convey the message that these are just two players, the rest of the team is nowhere to be seen. And it's something that 7th Element could have capitalized on. But now that they have gone all the way far back and the Grounders have their backup arriving at the situation, it feels like if this fight initiates again, 7th Element might not have the best shot at actually winning it per se because of the man count disadvantage that they have right now. But Regicide might just be a help in disguise for the side of 7th Element because they will be facing the Grounders pretty quickly. And if they are able to eliminate a couple of players, that's just revenge served.
Yeah, and the reason why 7E is just retreating from the situation is because T24 OP, before getting eliminated, couldn't give out the proper intel. He saw two of the players from Team TG. That's what possibly he has already relayed to the players. But that makes decision a little more difficult because this time around, two players are in the picture. Don't know where the rest of the two players are, so it's a risky situation from Team 70 to deal with. But Team R3G taking a heads-on fight against Team TG. Shapater is down, and Team TG also managed to take one of the players down. But Erangel with that long-range shots, taking down two players within no time, and this is getting difficult. Sad Boy is also there, but let's see, Team R3G would be able to confirm all these elimination points on them. But Sad Boy is coming forward, he's pushing forward, and he will definitely try to confirm those elimination points on Team TG. Team TG Sad Boy will definitely go ahead and try to confirm the final one. But look at this. There's been a road dash rumble for throughout this PMPL for most of these teams. When you cannot take fight with guns, go ahead and take your vehicles out and take them for a quick run, and that's what we've been seeing throughout. But XGeneration on the side in the kill feed, they're keeping themselves busy as well on the northern side of the circle. But as we can see, the things are getting difficult for teams trying to move into the circle. As we were saying, teams moving from Painan, Haten, and possibly Camp Charlie, they will have a difficult time for themselves, and that's where Team XGeneration is dishing out to Freestyle, and Team BABLU is somewhere close by as well. But there you go, Malik taking down BABLU Pikachu will confirm that elimination point. Team Freestyle, as they're losing their players, they're trying to get everything that they can manage to take for themselves before leaving for the lobby. Look at the formation Team XGeneration have. They have a clear-cut view of the whole area from the south. Any team, as we said, moving from Painan will be having a difficult time dealing with XGeneration because the kind of spread out Team XGeneration is in right now. It's making difficult for team to just even probably predict where the player could be and cover themselves from there. But right now the spread is been a big pain in the back of most of these teams.
Well. The teams of PMPL Pakistan woke up and chose violence. Look at that. I can already see Team BABLU players already in their vehicles. I've seen people run for their money. But
Yep.
this is people running people over for their money. I mean, come on. What are you made of? Is that too much fuel available? Like, is Sanhok like the fossil fuel grounds for these teams? I mean, on a map in which generally people don't even try to go with the vehicles, let alone in a game which is so competitive, which is at such a level. You come to PMPL Pakistan and you just see teams picking up vehicles in Sanhok in the middle of a place where every single sound cue is visible to every single person on the whole map, and just running them over constantly, one after the other. I mean, I get it, style points, but excuse me? Do you not have the wish to survive? How is this happening? I mean, this is dangerous. They're playing with risks.
It's always difficult to deal with vehicles in Sanhok, and now
Yeah.
you're picking style points with the vehicles. It in itself it shows that you don't care much about the feelings of the opposition players, or maybe you're just clueless that what kind of emotional impact this kind of elimination can have on the opposition player. But yeah, definitely style points are bigger priority. But Aegon Exide on the other side, taking one player from the side of Team Tough. Team Tough had a good match the previous one, but this time around losing one player early on won't help much. But what's going on? Team TFD, they're showing up to the mix this late. And Freestyle Malik, he was like, I wasn't expecting someone coming from the back. I was maybe, I thought I was the last one left here, but now what's going on? Team TFD, two of their players are still taking damage from blue and not moving forward. What's happening? What's in the mind of the players of Team TFD? There are three of their players are still alive. They're reviving their players right away, getting eliminated. I believe it's a quest for healing right now happening for Team TFD players, because the way Leon is going low on HP and he's not healing himself, I believe the healing is not available that much, and that's the reason why Team TFD is getting slow and steady into the circle. But it will be difficult once again. It will be difficult. Freestyle Malik, he has no other options. But what about Team TFD? Why they're delaying their pass to the play zone and be a part of the party where everyone is trying to just, technically speaking, frag everyone out there. But there you go, Team TFD wasn't expecting, and will definitely give their elimination points to Team Freestyle Malik. And I believe once Malik will have some utility for himself, some healing items, definitely will try to go into the circle.
Well, absolutely, that might be the case for the side of Freestyle. But yes, Malik was able to secure one extra frag point for the team before actually walking out. However, Malik needs to know that the reason Team TFD was taking too long to rotate back into the circle was because they didn't have enough healings. They had to look for some. And they didn't find any. They did not. So the only place you would even find a couple of healings is the crate that you just created for yourself. So check that out. The other places are already scouted and searched for. There's nothing left in there. Just like there's nobody left on the team of XGeneration, being picked off completely from the side of 3X, who still stands with all fours inside the circle with 4 frag points for themselves. A great start for them. Regicide also going along on the same path, but they are still outside the blue, so they are in a battle that needs to be, conquered as fast as possible. But Team BABLU is not going to make it that easy for the side of Regicide. And looking at QR, well, they're going to be dealing with the same exact problem that Regicide is dealing with. But yeah, these two teams do look strong. They must be having some plan in head to actually go ahead. But BABLU, I feel like they're gonna have a great time here, feasting off of Regicide members. XGeneration still on a great man count, but standing right against Magnus Esports. Two teams who are very toe-to-toe on the leaderboard are now gonna go ahead and take the battle for each other, while ToughX, the one that made the games really tough for the other teams, that was very underestimated when the beginning came, might just have a couple of feast picks to pick up here.
Yep, two of the players are down. Team Aegon Excite early on confirmed one of the players from Team Tough, and now Tough is not Tough anymore. They're just left with M7, and the guy is keeping himself pretty to itself so far, not making any noise. And he knows by the time he will be checked, this corner will be checked, and he is staying here with a shotgun. And now Aegon Excite Usum already gave out the information to the players, and it's just a matter of time. The player will be confirmed. Aegon Excite, after confirming 4 of these eliminations for themselves, successfully taking out the players of Team Tough, and now they have 4 eliminations in their backpack. So the wound is still fresh. The previous match they couldn't do much, and now all of this wrath is being dumped on the players of Team Tough, and possibly in a moment of time on Magnus Esports. But Magnus Esports is a tough contender to go heads on against, and Team Aegon Excite might have to deal with the situation where they definitely get some of their players eliminated. But H2E, another player confirmed from the side of Team I8, the way they're keeping themselves busy, it looks like it will be a different and very aggressive match coming from their side. And I'm pretty sure Team Aegon, even if they don't get the chicken dinner, will deal a lot of damage on the opposition. But it's time to move into the circle. It's a big shift coming toward Khao. It's a major city where Team QWERTY and Team R3G, both of these teams, are holding on to. And now H2E Dread's location is also being given to rest of the team from Aegon Excite. But where Team Aegon going? Team Aegon, I believe they're eyeing for those houses where no one is staying at this moment, which is very in itself unique. But Team QR and Team TFD, the fight is going heads on. Halsey is out. Goku is also getting some damage. Izzy boy, you shouldn't have been leaving your position by this time. It would be a good another elimination for you. But QR, 2 of their players are surviving. 3 of their players are surviving. 1 of the players is already eliminated. It looks like Team TFD will have a difficult time taking care of these players in the outskirts. But looks like Team TFD on the other side. Now it's time to move. There are 2 of the players surviving with this vehicle. with this bike. It's a risky one, but anything that moves will really help them to get into the circle is most welcome from the side of Team TFD. But Team TFD, they're moving toward the players of 52 Esports. They already taking some shots on them, and looks like Izzy Boy and Awazar, they have already left their vehicle out, and now it's just a matter of time where QR will confirm the final players from TFD, taking them out on the rank 13 for this match. But we are left with top 12 team QR losing another player. Flanky is out. Team 52 Esports, they're waiting with open arms for team QR to come this way and serve them with their elimination points. But 52 Esports Shotu, he have to change his position, just have to get out of the nading range. Looks like Senior already spotted him, and now Team QR have to push forward because there is no other way to go, because blue zone is already pressuring Team QR players to move forward, and in a while it will also make it difficult for Team 52 Esports player because he have to move as well. And there you go, damage being served. 52 Esports Chotu getting knocked out. Senior will go ahead and confirm the elimination. He already have 3 elimination points for himself, and this is the 4th one. But I believe it's just a matter of time where QR will be eliminated from the match. Goku and Senior, 2 remaining players, denying their elimination points and giving it to the play zone. No points for 52 Esports after all. But now 52 Esports, they're on the edge of the circle, and it's time where they have to decide whether they want to move slightly down south and go in open, or just wait for all of those teams to be in the center. And it's getting again very difficult for teams on the south side, where Freestyle Malik still surviving, solo survivor. He managed to put himself in the top 9 for his team, and there's a fair chance where Freestyle Malik will be in top 5 possibly. But 70 Divine getting eliminated. 7th element is out of this match on the 9th spot. Not a good one, not a good reflection of the previous performance. But it's Sanhok, anything can happen, anything is possible. But Team QWERTY, they've been holding on to this position for quite some time, and now looks like that Team QWERTY have a very fair chance of picking some frag for themselves. But Team BABLU, they're pushing forward. NES, 2 of their players are surviving in front. One of the player from Team BABLU is out. That's where Pan have to go in and make sure that NES player is being punished. But oh my goodness, a very good formation from the side of NES. That's what made them confirm both of the elimination points on Team BABLU. Now Iron with his TPP holding on to the door, and it will be a difficult situation for NES Maxi to move out of that shack. Looks like Magnus Esports, they are eyeing for that location where rest of the player of Team NES is holding on to, the final player of NES is holding on to, and within few minutes I believe Magnus Esports will definitely push that way. But Magnus Esports and Aegon Excite is happening. It's a long range fight, Finisher taking down one of the players, but on the other side Magnus N confirming Iron and North Esports is out of the game, and as well BABLU, Teen Wolf denying his elimination point. 2 plays on, and BABLU is out of the mix as well. But Freestyle Malik, as I said, he somewhat managed himself to stay into the mix for quite some time, and now he is in top 6, and Freestyle can possibly finish in top 6 position with 3 elimination. It will be a more than average match for him. But Malik, as I started talking about him, things got difficult for Team Freestyle, and Malik is low on HP. IQ on the side getting eliminated. 52 Esports and Team Magnus Esports making things difficult for Team Aegon Excite, and within a moment of time Aegon is left with only 1 player surviving, and there is a huge possibility the final player will also be spotted out and eliminated. Freestyle Malik got confirmed, and now Team Freestyle managed to survive till the 6th position and finishing off on 6th spot. Left with 5 top teams. Aegon Excite with only 1 player surviving. Team QWERTY, Team R3G with 3 of their players surviving, each holding on to Cow. It's just a matter of time where circle will shift, and it will be a full-fledged fight breaking down between Team QWERTY and Team R3G, because Team QWERTY have to move into the circle. Blue zone is pressuring them, and that's where the problem starts. But Team QWERTY Chief taking down Magnus player. Aegon Excite Uzum on the other side, solo survivor, taking 1 player down from Team 52 Esports. He's low on HP. He will definitely heal himself. And I believe 52 Esports will go ahead and confirm that elimination point. Aegon Exide with 7 eliminations, leaving on the 5th spot. Again, they couldn't win the match, but they made things difficult for most of these teams. But the teams that are surviving are with good men count, and which will make it even Steven for all of these. 52 Esports on a good position, and Team Magnus Esports have a good hold of the circle on the south side. But 52 Esports and Magnus both have to get into the circle, because circle shift is more focusing toward cow. It's more favorable for teams in cow, and things could be difficult for these teams right now. But looks like Magnus Esports versus Team QWERTY, it's happening. Team R3G, they are also waiting for the chances, for the moment where Team Magnus Esports will try to get into the circle, and things will get difficult for them, and that's where Voltrix is trying to do. But Magnus Esports, somewhat they are now at the edge of the circle, which I would say Team QWERTY shouldn't have allowed overall. But everything is welcome, and Team QWERTY looks like they will be picking some kills on Team Magnus Esports. One of the players is down. Obviously, not a good position for them to hold on to, but Magnus Esports with 4 men standing definitely would be a treat fight to watch on.
मेरे में ऑन करा हुआ है मैंने बीमिक्स पे.
Definitely, and it's a difficult situation for Team Magnus Esports as well, but they're taking knocks. Team QWERTY on the other side, 2 of their players are knocked out, but Chief will be confirmed by R3G. R3G want to take the maximum of the situation, because they know they are on a good position right now. They have the hard cover for themselves, but Magnus Esports, the way they have spread themselves out, it will be a difficult situation for them. But Blue Zone will confirm the players coming from Team QWERTY, and now Team QWERTY is out of the mix. Top 2 teams, 3 versus 4 situation. Magnus Esports, they managed to revive Zen. Finisher is there. It's an open battle for Team R3G. R3G taking down Magnus. Draw in. It's a 3v3 situation. They have the hard cover, which is making things difficult for Magnus Esports. It's a 3v3 situation. Utility should be dumped. Otherwise, it will be difficulty for Magnus Esports to hold on to. They have a slight bridge for themselves, but Magnus Esports, another player down. Team R3G, 2 of their players down. It's a 1v1 between Zibian and Team R3G players, and there you go. R3G winning that match. Somewhat Zibian giving too much damage to the players of R3G, but still couldn't confirm the final elimination points, and R3G confirming that chicken dinner for themselves in the second match of the day. Sanhok it is, and the winners for this match are Team Reggie's side. They're a difficult contender to deal with, as we were saying early on, but now the way they cemented themselves on the first position, it's in itself a statement from them, and I'm looking forward the way R3G will carry forward this momentum throughout this competition for themselves. But another great performance coming from another well-deserving team, I must say. A very coordinated effort coming from the side of Team R3G. They lost 2 of their players within no time, but I wasn't expecting that R3G will come back like this, and again making things difficult for Magnus Esports. They had a lower side overall. They had a man deficit, but even all of these problems couldn't hold them back, and they managed to get the chicken dinner for themselves. But guys, we'll definitely have a good breakdown of this whole situation for Sanhok after the short break. Don't go anywhere, we will be right back.
पहले ही कस्टमर्स नहीं आ रहे थे और आगे रमजान में तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं आएंगे। तुम सारा टाइम अपने दोस्तों के साथ आवारागर्दी में गुजार देते हो। इस तरह तो गुजारा हो ही नहीं सकता। खबरदार फोन को हाथ लगाया। ओह, आ गए होंगे तुम्हारे आवारा दोस्त।
क्या सीन है ब्रो, चला चले।
नहीं यार, आज गेम नहीं खेल सकता।
अहमद,
आ रहा हूँ मम्मी।
बढ़ाने से, साथ निभाने से, उम्मीद बांटने से खुशियाँ घटती नहीं बस बढ़ती है। वही देता है वही सुनता है जब भी दोगे तुम सदा। हाथ जो मिलते हैं रास्ते निकलते हैं, खुशियों में बदलते हैं, रौनक हर चेहरे पे खुद ही आ जाती है। वही देता है वही सुनता है जब भी दोगे तुम सदा।
क्या बात है बच्चों, दिल जीतने वाली गेम खेल गए।
तो आंटी आपके साथ भी एक स्क्वाड अप हो जाए।
हाँ आ जाओ।
इस रमजान अपने स्क्वाड की गेम से बनो किसी की भलाई का मजबूत जरिया और खेलो सिर्फ दिल जीतने के लिए।
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to PMPL Pakistan 2023. This is your host, Essen. And guys, this Ramzan, make sure to squad up with your friends and play to win hearts. Definitely, this is the message from PUBG Mobile for all the players out there who are enjoying Ramadan overall. But again, what a great match coming from the side of team R3G. What a consistent performance, I must say. Previous match they stumbled a little bit, but this time around they had a plan in their mind and they managed to ace this match for themselves. But talking about the MVP, definitely a well-deserving MVP. 789 damage, only 95 of healing done from Zipian, keeping himself busy throughout the match. 6 knockouts, only 3 eliminations. His team or he personally could convert, but 22 minutes of survival. So another good match coming from Magnus Esports. Magnus, previous match we can't say it was a good match, it was an average match, but this time around the way they survived, especially in the final circles where they had no way to go, there was no solid cover available for them. They managed to take down the players from QWERTY. They had a good fight against Team 52 Esports, Team NES, and unfortunately R3G had different plans for themselves. But again, position advantage is a great advantage overall, and we have just noticed that in the final fight as well between Magnus and Team R3G. But top players, Team Magnus Esports, Zibian. Then we have a Noki from Team R3G with 3 eliminations. Then Uzum with 3 eliminations for himself. And Team Quantum Rage Senior with 4 eliminations. And Vaz with 5 eliminations. But damage is, giving out the whole story. It's just 333 damage, but 5 elimination for himself. Looking like he was just finishing off the players for his team. But let's have a quick look at the match summary, where it's Team R3G was with most eliminations, highest damage going to Magnus Esports Zipian. Then we have highest assist coming from the side of Avenger, and especially how can we forget that fight against Team TG coming from Avenger, 3 assists. Then we have highest healing done coming from the side of Team Quantum Rage Flanky, second highest healing from Dread from H2E, then QR Goku and 7E Divine. So throughout this match, we saw 7E early on, going against Team TG, the Grounders, but further throughout the match, we couldn't see 7E players popping off, maybe, taking few frags or a full-fledged fight against any team. And throughout that chaos, we saw Divine somewhat trying to get into the circle and got eliminated in the outskirts of Tatmok. But overall, it was a balanced match, especially in terms of the kind of aggression coming from the side of all these teams. Looks like we are, down for a great competition overall throughout this PMPL, throughout this week, 3 of these days coming forward. But match summary in itself gives out the story. We are looking at top players from these teams, and this time around, it's not week 2. It's not the same story. In the week 2, we've been mostly seeing team players popping off from the side of Team Agon side, but this time around it's a different situation, and there are different players coming from different teams. But have a look at match ranking. It's Regicide with the 10 elimination points, 20 overall points for themselves. Then we have Magnus Esports with 12 points. Then we have Agon side with the an early elimination on 5th spot, but still with this kind of elimination points. They have a 10 total point from themselves. Same goes for Team QWERTY, got eliminated on the third spot, but they kept themselves busy for a while. They were in the center of the circle early on, starting of the match. They dropped pretty close to Tatmok, and they rotated toward Cow early on. And since then, till the last moment, they hold on to that position. That's the reason why, again, they managed to survive for this long. But second page is a different story. Team Tough, 0 points. H2E, 0 points. Team The Grounders with only 1 point. The Faulty Devils with 1 point. 7 Element, not a good match for them, 1 point. North Esports with 3 points overall. They somewhat still, 2 of these elimination points that they have on the chart are from Team BABLU. They fight back in some situation, fought back in some situation, but still it was not enough. XGeneration on the other side, 3 points for them, and they're all elimination points. Same story for Quantum Rage with 4 points in total. But let's have a look at overall ranking. Definitely these numbers have the bonus points as well in them, and looks like Team R3G, after winning their first match, they're sitting on top with the 69 points. Right next to them it's Magnus Esports with 69 points as well. Aegon Excited with 68 points, and definitely the reason why they're in top 3 is a good performance from them. But after 2 matches, their bonus points are keeping themselves in the top 3. 7th Element as well, the same story, 65 points for them. 3x with 58 points, XGeneration with 54, and rest of the distribution is on our screens. But after 2 matches, it's a huge difference. First match, when Team Freestyle finished off, they were on the first position. With just a matter of 1 more match, Team Freestyle is out of the mix. Team BABLU with 43 points in the 9th spot. H2E with 42 points. And then it's a big difference coming forward on the second page. But guys, 2 matches are already done. We are about to move into another match, and thus that will be on Erangel. Erangel in itself is a classic match. Every team, pretty much all of their strategies are formulated on this map, and we are definitely going into a match where anyone have the chances of winning the chicken dinner berth. But looking at the third match, it's Erangel again. In a moment of time, in few more minutes, we will be jumping on that map. But again, it could be a match for Magnus Esports, could be a match for Team 3X, and it could be a comeback match for Aegon Excited, because Aegon Excited, they need those early on successes, because otherwise it will be difficult for them to catch up with, because once we are left with only 6 or maybe 8 matches overall in this competition, it will be difficult to hold on to the first spot, or maybe even eyeing for the first spot, because it will be too late. But Erangel is the third match of the day, and first 2 matches in itself were great surprises. There were some new names coming into the mix, because as week 2 was pointing out, that it could be Team Aegon Excited every time popping up. The way their success rate on the maps were phenomenal. We were expecting Team Aegon to be on the first spot, but this time around it's a different ball game. It's new teams coming in, which is making this whole competition way more exciting for all of us out there, and it is making again, I would say, making it more interesting for us to watch, because we cannot say who is eventually going to win this match, because that's the beauty of Battle Royale, that's the beauty of PUBG Mobile competitive esports. But again, it's the third match, and in my opinion, it could be anyone's match. And as rightfully so, teams are ready, players are ready. We are seeing in the player cams, there are a few smiles on their faces. And now it's time, we are jumping onto our third match of the day. But talking about the playing path, it's starting from Sanhok Military Island, pointing out toward Saverny and Stalber, and it's a very well balanced playing path. It will give a good reach to all of these teams, especially teams going toward the eastern side. Some of the part of the maps, just like Georgia Pole, Zarki, they're slightly out of the reach, but still you can glide, you can have some vehicles, and can go to your favorite drop locations. But rest of the map, it's accessible. Any team can go forward and can have a good loot at their drop locations. But Aegon Excited, ejecting from the plane for Sesnova Military Island. H2E could possibly be the neighbors for a while for Team Aegon X8. H2E, the change in their strategy, especially for Novo Ripnoy, it's a good adaptation. Otherwise, most of the time we see H2E in Pochinki, which is now under the controls of Magnus Esports. So it's a wise move from the side of H2E not to go heads on against any team early on, but because it takes your chances of winning the match, down to 50%. Because if you lose any of your player in early skirmishes, you're losing your probability of winning the match. But talking about the circle, again, in an orthodox circle, looks like it's more of a southern side circle and could possibly finish around Quarry and Primorsk area. Team Freestyle, they are right in dead center. Team 3X, this time around, slightly a change of plan. They're looting in Gatka. Team Tough on the northern side of the circle definitely go for the south, Georgia Pole, and that's where we mostly see them. But rest of the teams, they're going toward the eastern side. Team XGeneration will definitely loot around Shelter. Team QWERTY will surely be spreading out around Mansion, Prison, and Lipovka area. Team QR not going for Milta City. They are going for Yasnaya Polyana, which in itself, it's a very strong area for them. But what happened with North Esports? North Esports, somewhat they over-predicted, or I must say early predicted, that circle might go for Severny the way the plane path was, but it's not the case. And now circle is more south, so it's a long rotation for Team North Esports to start from the northern side of the map. But anyhow, let's see what happens on the side. Team 7E, they have some close pass bys happening, and R3G could be the squad might have lost any of their players in this mix, in this early skirmish. Not a good sight to see, but it's part of the game. This is how you start early on. But Team 7E, they're picking up vehicles for themselves. Team 7E T24 OP going for those vehicles. There are a few Darcy's available as well, but Buggy, again being the fast vehicle, is the most favorite pick from most of these players, because it's very maneuverable, it's easy to control, and also it gives you that necessary speed that you need to just pass by your enemies. But 7E overall, they're sitting pretty nice on the overall leaderboard on the top 4, and they could possibly be dethroned if they don't show up early to this competition. If they don't show up with a good performance overall, it will be just a matter of time and they will be dethroned from those top positions as well. But 7E, their formation in itself is a mystery for most of these teams out there. The way these guys loot, the way these guys spread out, it's a very targetable formation. But again, teams are not taking their risk, because if someone is studying 7E, it's a very easy early on clash with them. But the way these players play from each other back definitely makes things difficult for any other teams to just breach their defenses, breach their formations. But R3G is still surviving. They did get some damage, but overall no losses, which is a good thing. R3G want these kind of matches going forward. They just had a chicken dinner in Sanhok, and now if they could get a good match in Erangel, there'll be a good momentum moving forward. But it's a heads-on fight between Team Freestyle and Team The Grounders. Sad Boy is down. Team TG taking some damage early on. Freestyle definitely are someone you least expect around Fairy Pair, because they mostly like to drop near Curry. But I believe Team TG will lose their player. Shaparter is not going to take the chances, because he already knows most of the players from Team Freestyle are pretty close by. Look at this. Oh, another damage. Chip damage going to the side of Team Shaparter. And Sad Boy is confirmed. M4 Glacier confirming the final elimination on the players of Team TG. And now it's Freestyle with the first success of the match for themselves. First blood drawn from the side of Team Freestyle. Freestyle overall, after the win of the first match, now they're in a different touch, they're in a sublime touch, and looks like Team Freestyle, the way they're planning their drops, the way they're planning their early on fights, looks like Team Freestyle is another team could possibly emerge out of these top 16 for this final top spot. So Team TG, previous match they had an early elimination by the hands of Team R3G, and this time around losing one of their players, one of their key players, I must say. It's again, it's offsetting their momentum overall. But it's just a slow start, guys. Once again, make sure if you have just managed to tune in, leave a like, showcase your presence, make the best out of your presence on this broadcast. We definitely need your support, the way you guys been supporting us overall. Big thank you to all of you guys, and a big GG's, I must say. This is how we gamers greet each other. But thank you so much for your support, guys. You guys, all of you guys are OP. So again, another slow start to the match. Most of these teams are accommodating themselves right next to Fairy Pair, because that's where the first circle is converging. Team Agon they're also planning to get to the main island, and could possibly be another few fights break in between some of these teams around Fairy Pair. Team BABLU, Team Wolf taking some damage, and now Team Freestyle is giving some warning shots to the players that are trying to move close by. But Team Agon they have no idea that no one is waiting for them, and I believe Agon will safely move to the main island. But Agon first match, not a good fight. They lost 3 of their players, and Uzum had to abandon the fight. But second match, starting with a fight against Team Tough, man, oh man, the way Team Agon was taking those shots in itself was, a difficult thing to deal with. But overall, Agon, they have that touch, they have that kind of force, they have that kind of willpower to go ahead and ace any kind of situations. But looking like Team Agon is slightly struggling to get those wins for themselves. But airdrop 1 is there. It's AMR with the 5.50 BMGs available. It's a very strong gun. One shot to the body, or maybe 1 shot, 2 shots to the vehicle can just give you a vehicle elimination. So it's a big responsibility as well in itself. AMG could be detrimental for your opposition, but overall, seeing this weapon use is pretty scarce. Very few players like to pick it up and get a maximum use of it. But overall, seeing this AMR into the mix can make things difficult. I'm pretty sure 3x wouldn't pick this this weapon early on. But talking about the circle shift, is slightly shifting toward the northeastern side. Now bridge and surrounding is centralized, and that's where Team Agon is holding on to. Team TG is also close by. There are 3 players surviving from the side of Team TG, could possibly go into a fight against Team BABLU or maybe Team Agon They're trying to find a place for themselves into the circle, which is another difficult task, because I can see a big horde of teams migrating from the eastern side, and the moment most of these teams will try to get a position for themselves, it will be a difficult situation to deal with for most of these teams already holding inside the circle. Look at this. This could be a possible knock coming to this from the side of Team XGeneration, and XGeneration now with those early successes throughout the league play. It's been the same script for them as well in this finale. First two matches, they had some early successes. They wiped out a few of those teams. XGeneration is very strong in 4 versus 4 fights, and again, most of these teams have a difficult time managing to take a fight against them. But R3G versus Team XGeneration, Naniala taking some shots and possibly will get knocked out. Psycho will give a good cover to the players of Team R3G. R3G is taking shots from far away as well. Saad this time around joining into the mix. R3G was there. He's trying to give some shots to Naniala, but Naniala will get knocked out from far away. Team QWERTY is getting into this fight. They're third partying, and this time around XGeneration losing one player from their squad. So 3 eliminations for themselves, but they also lost one of their players. Saad was slightly far away, which makes things difficult for XGeneration if Team QWERTY decides to push forward. But on the other side, final player of R3G getting eliminated. So after a good match, Team R3G off to a bad start, and now R3G is out of the mix and without even confirming a single point. So not a good visual for all the R3G fans out there, but it is what it is. XGeneration, they managed to wipe another squad out, and early on successes, the script is repeating itself once again. But team.The, Thor, they somewhat managed to close in, but Team R3G, Team 3X, they just gave out some warning shots, and now Team Tough player is away from the situation. But in the elimination feat, we have Aegon XI8 taking some shots on H2E. H2E on the other side, one of their players is knocked out, but I believe so they will be able to revive their player, and it will be a full-fledged squad of H2E moving forward into the game. 3X at the same time, 4 of their players standing. 3X is a good pick overall for this match because the way they are in a centralized position, it makes their chances pretty bright to get the chicken dinner. But some of these circle shifts can be difficult for 3X because I can see some trends moving toward them, but how far these trends will be favoring them, because the time will come that their position in the circle will be out of the circle, and it will make things difficult for them to move out because they already harnessed a lot of attention from their surrounding. Looks like they took some shots on Team Tough, they took some shots on Team TFT. Also, they have attention from Freestyle as well, so 3X will have a hard time leaving that compound. But Team QWERTY on the other side, 4 of their players are standing. Looks like Team QWERTY is moving close by. They want to take a full-fledged fight against Team XGeneration. XGeneration, Shami is out, Psycho is there. Psycho's position is also revealed. Saad will confirm. 2 of the players down, is just down to the final standing player of Team QWERTY, Chief OG, and is confirmed. And the Team XGeneration will wipe out another team in this mix. It was just few more moments, and Team XGeneration, they managed to take down the whole squad. And I believe XGeneration should go for the revivals. It's not that late, and I believe Team XGeneration will be able to revive their players. But 70 on the other side, taking down one player from Aegon XI8. Tokusaurus confirming Ghost, and Aegon XI8 is left with 2 of their players standing. But 52 Esports versus H2E, it's also happening. Tabby confirming some more eliminations on Team Aegon XI8, leaving them to 2 of the 2 players for themselves. But Team Tough versus NES lost another player, and they're left with only 1 player surviving. But Magnus Esports taking the most out of the mix and confirming another player from H2E, and I believe it's possibly H2E has nothing left in themselves to even proceed into the match. They are left with only 1 player, and it's very difficult for any of the teams surviving with 1 player to carry forward in a match where most of these teams have their 4-man standing. But Tough on the other side, 1 of their players is knocked out. Team Tough have 3 elimination points in their backpack, 2 for M7, 1 for Joker Sir. But Team BABLU versus 7E, it's happening. Divine is knocked out. I believe BABLU Pikachu will go ahead and confirm that elimination. But where is rest of the 7E? There's much need of some smokes to be deployed. Otherwise, 7E Divine will be flushed out, and that's what we saw. X7E losing one of their important players. But Tabby, Tokusaurus, T24OP, they're still surviving. Team BABLU, still their players surviving. I believe that's where Team BABLU might get some damage, and now Tokusaurus have a very good position for himself. But 7E, they're not going too aggressive, and looks like Team 7E will have to retreat from this position. But during this whole fight, guys, I would like to welcome back Ehana. There's been some technical difficulties. We apologize for that. But welcome back, Ehana. You're back in the mix, and looks like your favorite team, 7E, is having a difficult time out here.
Well, I and 7E are on the same page. We both had difficulties, but we both are going to emerge out of it, I guess. And I too would like to apologize to everyone, specifically to you, Ehsan, for leaving you hanging in the middle of everything.
Oh, it's okay.
But I'm back again, and I hope back for good. I hope my coming back is not a sad news for anyone. But yeah, going back into the mix. 3X is already trying to capitalize onto the whole fight that is initiating right here, but they are losing their members as well on the same go. I mean, 2 members remaining from this side of 3X does not look like they're off to a great start either, because it's coming in to a very closed circle. SM, tell me, how did this happen? I mean, we're back into a tiny circle squeezed all the way between 3 different places, Quarry, Gatka and Pochinki. But we've only seen 2 complete eliminations. What's going on?
It's an open circle. Most of these players out there are solos and duos surviving. But talking about this particular situation with Team Freestyle, they weren't expecting Team 3X to be holding on to this position for this long. And the moment they pushed in, that's where the problem started. And now 3X might lose another player of them. And no, they're definitely not going to lose the player. They just revived their player. But Black, he's also knocked out. Cairo will confirm that elimination, and Team Freestyle is left with only 2 players. But the fight is not over. 3X versus Team Freestyle is still happening, guys, and it's happening on the western edge of the circle. And the problem is both of these teams are now out of the play area. They have to finish the fight, otherwise there's no way out, and either of these teams will survive and will get into the circle if allowed. But looks like Team Freestyle, they are on the receiving end at this moment. They are the one where Blue Zone will touch them first, but 3X, they're holding on strong. And if one of the players from 3X falls to utility, it will be a difficult situation for them. But Cairo, look at Cairo with that suppressed SKS. It is, S12K will make things difficult for Team Freestyle. Look at that. Even Freestyle Aram realizes that if Cairo have some lucky shots for himself, it will be a difficult situation for them overall. But 7E, they are Team Freestyle, they're pushing forward. Team 3X, they're losing some HP, but there you go, it's a 1v1 happening. Arham will take down Cairo. It's down to Momtu with that shotgun. I believe Arham will take down Momtu as well. It's just smoke that is giving a fake sense of security to the players of Team Freestyle, but it's a 1v1. Momtu with that TBS in its hand. Team Tough is also taking some shots on the players of Team Freestyle, and I believe it will be a 1v1 happening between both of these players. There's no more smoke left, and in this situation I believe Arham have to go ahead and take the fight. And there you go, shotgun, 1 shot and game over. 3X will confirm the final 2 players of Team Freestyle, and 3X will survive for another day, but not much time left, I believe so.
Undoubtedly. They have taken up a fight that they were able to put to a result, but they themselves are not going to be happy with the results that following are the blue circle. I mean, this chase is going to be difficult, specifically considering that you're on the edge of the circle as of now, and the circle is going to be pushing in hard and fast in no time at all. 3X is going to be lost to nothing as well. There's literally no chances of the team surviving. They have only 1 player remaining anyways, and they have just 4 frag points, which is a little amount for a team like 3X that does go ahead and dominate from the start and go ahead itself. It seems like QR is gonna be in a little bit of trouble as well. Look at that, the style points being acquired, constant push. Oh my god. Are you trying to push off the buggy here? Okay, these vehicles are literally in a fight with each other of their own while the players take one on their opponents in the same time. And as I said earlier, I mean, looks like 70 is coming up stronger, even though they have a man loss. We both are rising up back, and I'm happy for that because that just gives me hope that I might just survive for the next few matches because this wasn't the most optimal situation that I was in, and same goes for 70. But with the man count loss, right now it's surprising to notice that the only team that has all players alive is 52 Esports. They did not have a great run in the first week or the second week. They did do a little better in the games that were to follow towards the finals. But well, this one looks like they are the strongest at the moment. And that just is a ray of hope that goes really far and long for a team like this, specifically in a circle like this. Look at that. 52 Esports is all the way in the north. They have literally nobody trying to bother them. All the fights are initiating towards the southern sides and the eastern and western. They are literally in the same zone. They need to move out of the compound though, but
Oh,
that's not going to
jeez.
be an easy run.
Oh, definitely it won't be an easy run for them. But Team Tough on the other side, confirming the final two surviving players of Team TFT. But as you said, 52 Esports surprisingly is the only squad surviving with 4 of their players standing, and they are also picking some numbers for themselves through third parties, and looks like 52 Esports have the maximum successes for themselves as a full squad. 70 on the other side, 6 elimination points. Team Tough as well with the 7 elimination points, but they lost 2 of their players as well. Joker and M7, the only 2 surviving players right now, but looks like the circle is gonna give us some good open area fights. Looks like it will be difficult for most of these teams to survive, and I believe this is where the whole thing get more interesting and more entertaining for all of our viewers out there. Team Aegon Excite, they're stuck in a shack. Team North Esports Iron is also close by, and he has to go into the circle, which is another difficult task for Team NES Iron. NES is not having a good time overall, but look at this. Look at this. This is some real life poking happening between Magnus Esports. He could possibly see slightly some of the parts of the body for Team XT's solo survivor, but he couldn't take the right shots. Otherwise, it will be a different situation for the player of our Team XGeneration. But now Team NES final player will get also eliminated, and this elimination point will go to Team Aegon Excite.
I am really scared for Aegon I8 right now. It does seem like the other teams are a little bit far away from them, but again, knowing that the circle is so tiny, you cannot call it a far away distance overall. It's comparatively further than the other teams, but it's still not a very far away distance overall. And I mean, they have literally one little shack for themselves. Both the players are stacked in there. If utilities started dropping in, it will become a very difficult position. And if I'm reading it right, I would have suggested the team to stay hidden as long as possible, because once you give away the positioning in that little shack, you have a lot of utilities coming your way, man. And that just did not look like a good thing, no matter what team you are. I get it, it's Econex I8. We all know that they have great gameplays. But then again, it hasn't been the same story going into the finals, and right now it seems like they're giving away their position. They have relocated themselves and gone right behind a haystack, but it feels like it's not going to be an easy run even from there, because ToughX already has their eyes set on Econex I8, and at the same time other teams are approaching in as well to get a piece of this party. In the meanwhile, 7th Element just going on capitalizing their number of frags one after the other, and 52 Esports does not look as strong anymore going further, because they did pick up fights that weren't meant for them and lost a couple of players. 2 are knocked, 1 is already eliminated, 1 single survivor trying to keep it together. How far will they be able? There is definitely support coming in from the side of the blue zone.
Oh, Jesus.
But that's the only one that they have.
Now that's the only one they have, and now things are getting difficult for Team Aegon Excite, and at the same time for Team Tough as well. And Team Tough will be the first one getting eliminated, melting under the pressure, and Team Tough is out on the 7th spot. Same for Aegon XI8, they will leave right away. H2E will confirm the final 2 eliminations, but H2E with only 1 player surviving, how far that player can go. XGeneration Shami also taking some damage in the mid, where he was surviving for quite some time, and now he is becoming more of a target for most of these teams. Magnus Esports have somewhat an idea where the player is. Now 52 Esports will also be looking into the same direction, but Team 70 versus Magnus Esports. This is the fight for chicken dinner and could possibly be the decider for chicken dinner, because Magnus Esports and 70 are the only one with the highest number of players surviving in each squad. But 70, with the kind of spree that they are on, looks like it will be a difficult fight for Magnus Esports to take on to. Otherwise, Magnus Esports can keep themselves busy into the battlefield while picking up those solos which are surviving.
Absolutely.
And I believe it's time where Team Magnus Esports have to focus more on the solos rather than going full-fledged with 70.
Undoubtedly, because it seems like 70 has kept their heads high whenever it comes to Erangel, specifically because this team has just been magnificent when it comes to Erangel fights. And today is going to be the day when we find out if 70 is going to maintain their throne, or if Magnus Esports is just going to come in and establish their own domination for a change. Right now, it seems like this is the one fight that is going to decide the fate of this game, because it does not seem like any other team has the mettle to actually stick along. XGeneration already getting eliminated, and at the same time, it becomes a 4v3v2. Oh, sorry, 3v3v2. Okay. 7th Element lost one as well. But it still seems like 52 Esports might have very, very little opportunity to actually make a head in this game. And this is going to be a final fight between 7E and Magnus Esports. However, even though 7th Element has had a capitalization on this map for a really long time, it does not seem like Magnus is going to be falling behind at all, because they have maximum control over the map as of now. However, 52 Esports is becoming a big, big obstacle for them. It does not seem like they are going to be any forgiving, because this is the time where they start trying to make their way back up. And if in the crossfire they're able to equalize the numbers, they might still stand a chance. And I mean, it hasn't been unexpected since the finals began. We are seeing some completely new teams actually go ahead and put a shine on their own names, put a badge on their own arms. And I mean, 52 Esports is in for the run for the money.
Yeah, 52 Esports still the kind of position they're holding into the circle. I believe there will be a big pain for most of these teams surviving in the mid, especially for Magnus Esports, because now they have to take care of two different angles. And one of the angle, they are pretty sure which side players of 52 Esports are, but Team 7, they're keeping themselves low, and now they strike and they took hard. And Team Magnus Esports, one of their players, Zibian, is, I believe, out of the mix. He's low on HP and definitely will survive. But 52 Esports, Jalad, he have that angle, but look at this Tabby right away, puncturing the tires and surviving, because he knows if he didn't do that, definitely he would be getting some shots under the vehicle, and it will be a difficult situation for him. But if T24 OP takes down 52 Esports player, it will be a difficult one, and that's what they have decided. They wanted to go ahead and blow their final chance of survival. That was a vehicle, because now they have to go on foot, and it will be a difficult thing to deal with, because 52 Esports have a height angle. They can look at all of the players from 7E, and same time they will be confirming those eliminations. Look at this, Jalad taking down another player from 7E, and 7E, as they were having a good position, now they are in a bit of a difficulty.
There's definitely some pickle that 7th Element is now stuck in. They are going to be able to make their way back to Tokusaurus, try and revive him, make sure that there's still a man count advantage to them when it comes to a fight against 52 Esports. But it seems like 52 Esports, the moment they blinked their eyes, they missed on the opportunity of actually taking shots on 7th Element. And now they are going to have to stay busy in the fight against Magnus Esports. These teams are definitely looking like they have their eyes set on one another. It's a complete triangle, but Magnus Esports gets eliminated completely. It's a 3v1 between 7th Element and 52 Esports. Get ended right there on the elimination. 7th Element coming back. And oh my god.
What just happened?
That did not work at all. It did not seem like 7th Element could have lost this, but they did. 52 Esports with that winner chicken dinner. Oh my goodness, that is unexpected. How does that happen?
Oh my god, that was something I was least expecting, and the blue zone definitely played a massive role in that, and winner chicken dinner goes to Team 52 Esports. By the way, Team 70 confirmed the final two players from Magnus Esports. In itself was a GG performance overall. But again, it's all about who wins the chicken dinner, and this time around it's Team 52 Esports. Even with the loss of all of their players, it was the final surviving player, and he confirmed the final frag on 7E and confirming the chicken dinner as well for the team. 8 elimination points in total. Very clinical performance overall. 18 total points, and now they are on the 7th spot overall. Looks like they have managed to breach the first page, and this is where the journey starts for Team 52 Esports for the top position. And I'm pretty sure 52 Esports got everything in the bag that can take them to their destination. But guys, we'll be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
इस रमज़ान PUBG मोबाइल के साथ बांटें अच्छाइयाँ ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन खेलें सिर्फ दिल जीतने के लिए
Welcome back, guys, and we are back with our post segment for match 3. And this time around, it's another new team, and it's another unexpected team, I would say. Clear cut 7E had the man advantage against Team 52 Esports. It was a 1v3, but play zone, whatever play zone favors, it's their chicken dinner, and Team 52 Esports were the one being favored this time around. But 52 Esports, GG's, man. What a great performance coming from the player of 52 Esports again. This is 2 out of 8 eliminations for 52 Esports. 7 of those eliminations coming from this player. It's an individual match-winning performance, I would say, from this player. And it's been second time around I've seen this player in top players for 52. So rest of the players have to step up as well. Otherwise, how long one player can bear the whole burden of the performance for any of those teams. But 52 Esports, GG's, man. This was again something unexpected, I would clearly say that, but all of the surprises are pretty welcomed here on PMPL.
Absolutely. I mean, this is where it happens. The moment we entered into the finals, all these teams just stepped back, and it's like I'm still feeling like all of these teams, they are actually vehicles. And the moment finals came in, they just got fueled up, and they're like, okay, we're going to run on high gears now. We're going to be a movie vehicle which just flies around almost anywhere and everywhere and just pops up out of nowhere. This is amazing. I mean, we thought that it was going to be a very clear win, very clear, domination from the side of Agonex I8 starting the finals, because again, they had a really huge gap between them and all the other teams when it went for the, league weeks. But now look at this, all of these teams, they're stepping up at no matchable, positions, and it's just so difficult for anyone to keep up. It's just completely new names popping up out of nowhere every single time. And I'm just like, okay, this is something new. I did not expect this from them, but they got this.
Yeah, they got this, guys. They got this. And these surprises, as we were discussing, in our pre-match segment as well at the start of the day, these surprises definitely gonna come our way, because it's after all the finals of PMPL Pakistan 2023, and all of these teams are eyeing for that first spot. All of these teams are eyeing for that PMPL title for themselves. We're talking about the match summary. It's more of a summary coming from 52 Esports. Chotu with highest eliminations, highest damage coming from 7E Tabby. 7 element looks very clinical with their shots, with their decision making on the battlefield. Looks like 7 element have got all of it to be a best team, but the only thing that they're lacking is experience, which definitely they will gain a lot throughout this PMPL. We're talking about match ranking in 52 Esports with 18 points overall total on the first spot. Then we have 7th element with 11 eliminations, the only team to get double-digit performance for themselves. Then we have Magnus Esports, another promising team, another consistent performance from them, 12 points for themselves. XGeneration, Shami managed to survive his team to top 5, which is in itself a good performance. But XGeneration, they have to be more consistent. I know your strength is more of an early fights and early skirmishes, but definitely pay some more attention towards surviving throughout the match, which will again enlighten your chances of getting the chicken dinner as well. But second page, it's a different story. There are some unexpected names here. Team QWERTY, Team BABLU, Team Freestyle. Again, a good start overall initially, but couldn't take it further. Then we have Team TG with 0 points, Quantum Rage and Regicide with 0 points. Regicide, after winning the chicken dinner in the second match, this was something we were least expecting from them.
Absolutely. I mean, I am seeing a very, very wide, range in between the performances of the teams. Some are just going ahead, capitalizing so well in one map and then just getting eliminated immediately in the second one. It's just very different. And I'm expecting to keep continuing to see this for the couple of days that are to come. But on the final day, I want to see things getting more and more solidified, only and only for the sake, because I want to be able to predict things, guys. I don't want to be the person who has no knowledge of what's happening. So yeah, that's my only reason to actually hope for that. But yeah, that's a great start. Seventh Element has gone all the way to the first position with the performance on this map, and there isn't much gap between them and Magnus Esports. But Excited, there is definitely some consistency that's making sure that even without any chickens, they are able to survive on the third position. But yeah, I'm still looking forward to some great gameplay coming in from the side of Quantum Rage, from the side of Team BABLU. I mean, these teams are some that I expect on the first page overall, but they aren't yet. But we still have a long way to go. We're only down 3 maps so far. There's about 15 remaining. That's a huge number, and anything can happen. Anything at all. I mean, if nothing, these first 3 matches have made me believe in that.
There is, again, it's not one team dominating, and that's the
Exactly.
beauty of this whole competition. And first 3 matches pretty much opened up the whole picture, opened up the whole scenario in front of the audiences, in front of us. And now, guys, no more predictions coming from our side, because
Yeah,
we
we
can't
can't do
say
this.
to be very precisely who of these teams gonna eventually win this match, because now the stakes are high, the competition is tough. Most of these unexpected fights are going the way where you least expect them to go. And you have seen a moment ago an example in case of 70 versus 52 esports. But now we are moving toward another extensive map that will be Miramar. Again, it's a big shift of momentum. It's a different terrain, but it's an extensive map. So you will have plenty of time to take it easy slightly initially, and then improvise and get the win for yourself.
Absolutely. The fact that we have 6 matches, one after the other, constantly for these players, I'm happy that Miramar is right in the middle, because it gives them a little bit of break time nonetheless, because you could just go ahead, keep collecting your loots, be free, be chill. You know that nothing's gonna get in your way for a while, and that's just the time where you relax and do finger gems or whatever, because you want to make sure that you're on point when you go back into the fights. I don't know what these players do. I've never done finger gems, and I guess that's the reason I'm not so good at the game. But yeah, this is
Yeah, it's
definitely gonna be a free time for them.
it's a different I would say, being a gamer myself, when I started playing PUBG Mobile, it was a big struggle for me, because sorry for this, starting out, never played on this small screen before.
Yeah.
And again, it was all fingers, so you have no solid controls to hold on to. So most of the time I was skipping controls, so it was a big problem for me. But these guys are professionals, and the way these guys are playing looks like amateur like me will have a difficult time against them. But that's the reason why, guys, we are sitting here watching them, contemplating on their performances, and at the same time breaking it down for you guys sitting at home. And it's a great learning experience for all of us, and it's a great motivation for you out there, the aspiring esports players sitting at home while watching this PMPL stream. But again, guys, we are moving to another match, which will be played on Miramar. Again, an extensive map. Before we get into the Sanhok, this will be another interesting nail-biting finishes coming our way. But let's see which team have a plan for us this time around. We haven't seen QR performing yet. We haven't seen Team A on XI8 into their full swing, and we've been waiting on Team QWERTY as well to perform, because that's what Team QWERTY do the best. They are one of the champion teams, and I want them to perform, especially on the first day.
Absolutely. I'm also waiting for Team BABLU, to be very honest, but it seems like Miramar might just not be the one where I can see that flourish. But yeah, I'm expecting Team BABLU to show up when it comes to Sanhok or Erangel. But yeah, Seventh Element had their first victory ever in this league on Miramar. Miramar is coming up. Seventh Element has gotten very, very close to the victory just yet. They have tasted the loss which comes right before the victory, right before it. So I feel like they have quite a lot of punch packed in themselves. So I feel like we might be seeing them, going toe to toe with quite a few teams in this one, specifically to make sure that they have one chicken at least to start the day off with. But yeah, again, as we said early on, nothing can be expected. It's unpredictable. I could literally call an astrologer and they'd be like, I have no idea, man. So let me just pop out of here. I mean, I'm literally telling you, this is so unpredictable. That's the biggest element that is gonna make us more and more excited to watch the next one coming in, because you don't know what's gonna happen. It's like there's no spoilers at all whatsoever.
Yeah, because there is no consistent performances coming from any of these teams out there. Because again, the predictions most of the time, guys, as an analyst, as a caster, you do those predictions based on a sequence, based on a consistent set of performances coming from any of these teams, and the kind of track record some of these teams had on these maps previously looks like that track record is irrelevant now, because it's a different kind of heat out there. It's different kind of momentum out there, and now it seems like some of these teams have started improvising in a very irregular way, which is making it difficult for us as well to even predict who will make to the top 5, because there's no consistent performances coming from any of those teams. One match, one team is winning the chicken dinner. Second match around, they are the one leaving for the lobby. First one to leaving for the lobby. So again, this disparity is making it difficult for us to just say which of these teams will eventually be the winner for the coming match. But guys, again, it's Miramar, and it's an extensive map. Talking about the plane path is more of southern, and definitely ignoring the whole northern side, which will be again difficult things to deal with, because cities like El Pozo, LSR, water treatment are out of reach. 7E might have to change some of their strategies with drop locations, because La Cobria is out of the reach. So they might go slightly southern. Could be in Puerto Perezo, or maybe dropping down near La Bendita, where they might clash with Team Freestyle. But all of these questions will be answered shortly. But before we go into that, guys, I have a announcement to make. Okay, we are hosting a giveaway for PMPL Pakistan. It's a 3 days of finals, which will include 30 royal passes each day. So the giveaway is dedicated to only PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan, and definitely make sure, guys, you tune into PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan. Follow the PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan Instagram page. The winners will be announced there as well. And the way to participate is, go to the live stream, write hashtag survive to conquer. Second hashtag is hashtag name of your favorite team with your UID, your user ID in game, in the chat, and make sure to follow PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan Instagram to be a part of the lucky draw and win the royal passes for yourself, and make your gaming experience slightly more better, because this way you will have a chance of winning some good suits out there, game suits, some good gun skins. So make sure to be a part of this giveaway. But look at the first play area. The plane path is entirely southern, and it's posing a big difficult situation in front of the teams who already dropped south, and now they have to move toward the northern side, where water treatment, crater field are the central position of the first circle.
Well, it seems like 7E definitely went to a completely different drop location than what they usually go for, and they are going to have a clash alongside with TG and Team BABLU. The Grounders and Team BABLU have had a history since the maps of last few days of the league stages. They were on Ferry Pier and Primorsk in Erangel, trying to take the early fights. Right now, it seems like they're again situated very close to each other, trying to take an early fight. However, right between them in a sandwiched position, looks like 7E is going to reside, and they might either be crushed between both of these teams, or might just rise up like the third party winners among this fight. However, right now it seems like Regicide is going to have an easy entry into the circle, but the location they're moving to is not going to be a safe one. They would have to relocate themselves. They cannot just be at peace by entering the circle alone. That's not going to be a safe bet. Agonex I8, however, does have North Esports right behind them, trying to make life difficult for these Los Leones heroes. And we might just need to see them, moving out of the area as soon as possible, because the zone is also going to be pushing in a while at the same time the teams are also going to try and make a target right onto them. Looking at the circle, it seems like the southern side is definitely going to be a little populated. I'm not expecting any team to go all the way to La Cobriera just yet, because it's not only too far off, it's also way towards the outer side of the map. And once the circle starts shrinking in, I don't feel like it's going to stay inside the circle for long, and that's just going to result in a lot of hassle for any team that decides to go that far. I'm having great expectations from any team that goes towards the greater fields, because that's going to give them quite a good area to actually hold on to. But let's see if any team is going to be able to capitalize onto that area. However, towards Hacienda, we are seeing a couple of teams actually trying to go ahead and make sure that they get their hands onto that golden Mirador. Team QWERTY, TFD, and I guess alongside them there is going to be a push coming in from the side of 52 Esports as well. That rotator is going to end up in the same area. However, talking about Regicide, they have a great area to themselves as well. Great opportunity to go ahead for the best loot. And again, as I said early on in the pre-match phase, that we are going to be seeing many more long distance fights and third parties happening in Miramar, considering that right now all of these teams want to play a little safe, want to play a little calculated. And that's just going to add way too many variables for any team. They will be losing players left and right without much to do about it. There will be opportunity to revive your players as well, because it's going to be a longer range fight, but it's only going to happen so many times, because there isn't going to be enough medics available to actually go ahead and keep on reviving your player every single time they're knocked out. So there's definitely going to be a lot of losses that happen towards the mid phase of the game. However, I'm not expecting any early fights to get initiated. Look at this. I mean, H2E is running right close to NES, but there's no fires coming in from either side. Neither are they trying to look for a fight here right now. And I mean, I just feel like these teams are going to go in for a cold start and then just heat it up like anything. I mean, I don't know what okay, never mind. That was just an easy target. I don't know. That had to happen. That was just an easy target right now. Arif was just standing at a place where he did not have any cover at all, and Asad just made the best out of it. But now it's a fight that he has invested in without any backup available to himself. He will have to confirm the frag point that he did. But now he has to walk back, try to find his teams, try to have backup, because alone this is not going to be a fight that is fruitful enough. You are starting well. You have the first blood drawn to your name, but how many more drops you can collect in your jar is going to be the question. There's still players coming in from the side of H2E, still chasing the blue. They're already not going to be at the best HP advantage, and this just does not look like a fight that there is going to be any backup for. So Asad really needs to go ahead, make sure that he escapes out of here as quickly as possible. Is going to pick up Dread, obviously, because that's just the way to actually make sure that you have all fours on your vehicle. But yeah, I mean, first blood drawn, but not much created in that opportunity zone, because again, the team being together is really important in a team game.
Yeah, and especially the level of competition that we are witnessing right now. Seems like most of these teams will have a hard time if they don't have 4 of their players standing. But Team Freestyle Black right now is in a bit of a pickle. Azar will take those shots. Freestyle Black is knocked out, and Freestyle will confirm that elimination point for his team. Now, is the second blood drawn of the lobby, and now Freestyle Aram doing a lot of damage to the players of Team TFT, but unfortunately couldn't go ahead and confirm those elimination points. But Team TFT, they're looking very promising right now. They might go into that full-fledged fight against Team Freestyle, but Team Freestyle looks like they are not in a mood, and they will retreat out of the situation. But Team TG on the other side, taking one player from the side of 7E. 7E is also down to 3 men standing, but looks like it's just the slow start. We're gonna see these frags coming in, but again, not much of things happening in between, not full-fledged fights happening right now. But on the side, Team R3G confirming the player of Team BABLU, which is right now happening, especially in the close proximity of El Pozo, where surprisingly Team BABLU was least expecting R3G to be gatekeeping them, and now they have to change their rotation route and have to head toward the circle. But it's a big shift. It's a big shift, Hannah, and I was expecting it to go slightly more northern, but this time around it's more focusing toward Craterfield and El Pozo area.
Well, that it absolutely is, and it seems like, as expected, La Cabrera is going to be out of the circle now. So all the teams that tried to make their way all the way up north from the bottom south, specifically, 7th Element, they took a really long route all the way from the bottom of the map towards the northern area, and now they're having to, rush back into the circle. It just seems like most of their game has been spent on the vehicles itself. The grounders, however, are going to add value to this whole thing. But wait a second, did they just take it away? Oh my god, that positioning on Sad Boy has been so great and so useful for the side of the grounders. It seems like they literally lured T24 OP into that area and actually made him stay there longer, trying to maintain his trigger discipline, trying to keep a look completely onto one player of the team, while the other from the other angle actually went ahead and capitalized on that pick. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Unexpected things happening all across the map. And I was so wrong to actually go ahead and be like, okay, you know what? The first win was on Miramar. This can again be an opportunity. Whatever we say is not working. Whatever we think is not working. Whatever we know from the facts, from the statistics, from the personal history of these players on these maps, from the maps before, none of it is working anymore, Ehsan. I mean, it seems like we're seeing completely different people actually going ahead and playing this game. They have completely changed their strategies, their aggression, their holding back, their decisions. Everything looks like it's not even being made by the same person, because I mean, overnight, in 4 days, how do you transform from a team that gets picked off instantly to a team that goes ahead, gets the chicken dinner, and actually cherishes it through the other maps?
Yeah, looks like we are dealing with altogether, same, not same, opposite teams,
Yeah.
obviously. And everything we witnessed over the last 2 weeks, I feel like it was a lie. It
Yeah.
was some sort of, a trickery that been, given out to us as something we should believe on. But now these teams are coming up with some real deals, and looks like we are going to see some more surprises coming our way. But overall, yeah, it's a good thing, because now if something is unpredictable, that makes it more interesting, makes it more curious for all the viewers out there. But yeah, surely not going into not gonna discuss more of this moving forward, but it's time where most of these fights are going to happen, because now circle shift is more toward El Pozo and Crater Fields. It's an open area. Even Team TG, Team BABLU, Team 70 surviving players, they have to move out, otherwise there's no other chances to get a good position in the circle, and that's what Team BABLU is doing right now. They're going for the heighted areas, and looks like Team BABLU will be the first one getting hold of that extensive hill ridges in outskirts of El Pozo, close to Crater Field. But in the feed, you see Magnus Esports taking one of the players down from NES. NES Maxi is already flushed, and the elimination is confirmed. NES is left with 2 of their players standing, but Team 3X, they are already sitting up top. But Team QR versus Team TFD, Senior low on HP, Leon will push forward. Spark giving some support to his players. Rest of the TFD is slightly far away, and it will give Team QR a greater chance of taking 2 of the players out from the squad of Team TFD. Easy Boy and I believe Team TFD's freestyler are the ones surviving, but utility will go in, will confirm the player, and it's just a matter of time where Team QR will spot the final player, Easy Boy, and they will confirm the final player, and TFD will be the first one getting eliminated. So it was a good full-fledged fight taken from the side of Team QR, but Senior, man, this guy is just, invincible. Nobody can take him out. Even he was low HP, still managed to knock out one of the players from TFT.
Absolutely, but there are shots coming in towards the side of Quantum Rage as well. 52 Esports is ready for the fight, but the circle is also pushing in, so Quantum Rage needs to make their way back in before they participate into the fight, but shots are gonna keep on getting taken on them left and right. I mean, this is gonna get more and more interesting as the fight goes forward, because these two teams, completely on different sides of the spectrum towards the league phases, are generally trying not to take the fight, but now they are. And well, at the same time, XGeneration trying to fight it off with QWERTY, and on a very equalized front, to be very honest. Both teams have 2 players down. One team has 1 player completely eliminated, so there's no revival opportunity there either, but there is a rush in that is going to happen. Voltrex is knocked. He might get eliminated, but before that, there is another thing to tend to, so there's definitely going to be a revival coming in while Psycho takes care of G4G. Shots are coming in, but connections are not yet to be found. And in the meanwhile, Magnus will walk into the mix, and taking that opportunity while XGeneration was busy trying to revive their players, goes ahead and confirms the frag point for themselves. Like, this is how you have hawk eyes all across the map, making sure no matter who does the damage, no matter who turns the knock, you just find the time when nobody's looking and pick the frag point. Make sure your position isn't revealed while you also get the frag points for yourself. I mean, eliminations, they are carrying 1 point each, and they are adding to your final total. So Magnus, good job there.
Sure, a good job coming from the side of Magnus Esports, but XGeneration, they're on the hunt. Definitely will, pick Quantum Rage. Team QWERTY's Khan, and the final player G4G is also in the crosshairs, and his position is revealed. Seems like it's just another difficult task for G4G to survive, where all of his team members are already eliminated. Team XGeneration will go ahead and confirm that elimination point on that player as well. But Psycho getting knocked out. G4G, he is fighting back, and Naniwala was low on HP, got revived, but it's a 3 versus 1 situation. Let's see how long this guy can survive, because Team XGeneration, they have to get into the circle through him, and he's the only player who's fighting back at this moment. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him. But now G4G decides to retreat from this situation, and driving monster truck on this kind of terrain is in itself a big challenge for any of the players. But XGeneration, they are moving forward. They're going for that final elimination. But 52 Esports, they're in a close by mix against Team QWERTY, Team QR, which it's again is a difficult situation to deal with for 52 Esports.
Absolutely, Quantum Rage has all the benefits going on in their favor in that fight, because they not only have 3 players rushing in onto the 52 Esports surviving players, they also have 1 player allocated at a different height angle that can have a clear look at the player when he tries to aggress. At the same time, 7th Element is gonna be in a head-to-head with Tough X. Tough X doing great since the final started in the last 3 maps. Great performance, but are they going to be able to carry it forward against 7th Element is going to be the question. I mean, it's not a big challenge anymore, because all of these teams, they're stepping up in a way that you do not expect them to, and 7th Element is already 2-man down, so it's a 2v4 battle that is initiating. And Tough X, if they are conserved enough, if they are calculated enough, they are going to be able to make the best of this fight. They can actually go ahead and sandwich 7th Element inside the compound from both the angles. But let's see if they're going to be going ahead with that plan, or they're going to wait outside, make 7th Element believe that nobody is outside anymore, and make them come out of the compound and then shoot at them. I mean, both of the ways are going to be beneficial, but in the meanwhile, 52 Hassan has definitely made sure that he gets a knock, but in exchange, he is going to be knocked down himself by another player coming in from the side of Quantum Rage, making it possible for Quantum Rage to go ahead for the revival and also take a fight with the last remaining player of 52 Esports. In the meanwhile, however, 3X is going to take care of H2E, making sure that every single person from the team is back in the lobby.
Yeah, page 2E also leading the party, and on the side, Team Magnus Esports, they were dealing for XGeneration for quite some time, and now XGeneration, their players are out. XGeneration losing players right, left, center, and 2 of the only players that are surviving. Psycho is also knocked out, and Magnus, they're trying to find that elimination point for themselves. But where is the final surviving player of Team XGeneration? We still have to look. Magnus Esports, they will revive their players. Saad is the only surviving player right now. From the side of XGeneration, Team QWERTY is the final player. G4G is also out of the mix, but again, still we have most of these teams with 4 of their players standing. NES, they're trying to get into the circle. They have the edge of the circle for themselves, but now they're in a situation where they will get a lot of damage from surrounding. Magnus Esports could be the one dealing some of the bunch to the side of North Esports, and looks like the North Esports, 2 of their surviving players will have a hard time moving from there, and Magnus can go ahead and go into a fight possibly if needed. But let's see which side Magnus Esports gonna move. I believe that's where Team Magnus Esports eyeing to, because the position is into the circle and they also have a height advantage, because right next door it's Team Agon side holding those compounds, and it won't be a good decision to go there. But Team BABLU versus Team Quantum Rage, it's happening. Halsey is out. Team BABLU's final surviving player, Reviews, is still there, and I believe once Team BABLU will have their players survive, Team Quantum Rage might not decide to go forward again.
Well, Team BABLU is definitely looking like they're in a position to actually go ahead and fix up their pan as well in the meanwhile. But is that pan going to be enough for securing a chicken dinner? I don't think so. It's just 2 players and 1 frag point. It's not going to be anywhere close to a team that gets a chicken dinner on this map. But right now, it seems like North Esports is going to be the one in the most trouble. A molly has been already launched. They still expect the player to be inside the shack, but he's already moved outside. He's on the back end, and well, there's a beautiful nade coming in with quite a lot of damage onto Iron. What are you made of, man? Okay, it's definitely not Iron, because you did get punched out on a single nade that came in to end your life. And that shows that even though Iron is a metal, there was a little bit of lack of metal shown in the game from his side, and he did get picked off quite easily from the side of Magnus Esports without taking any damage at all. They're gonna have quite a lot of time to actually go ahead and reset the whole team to actually go ahead for the next coming fights. Magnus Esports and 3x, the only 2 with all 4 surviving, alongside Egonx I8. There is definitely an opportunity for a Regicide to actually go ahead and revive their players, but is that going to be that easy? It doesn't seem so. There's 7th element right outside, and well, a beautiful nade here will knock a couple more. It's literally 1 player surviving from the side of Regicide who can actually participate in any fights at all, and in the meanwhile, Quantum Rage will be taken out. Evil Boy, how are you single-handedly dealing so much damage onto a team that has such a great advantage to themselves? And well, there he goes. He does get taken out, but is Roshan going to have enough time to go ahead and pick up all of his players? We'll find out.
Yes,
through the circle.
Definitely, and right now they don't have any threat on that angle where 2 of these players are. But look at this, look at this. After all, after quite some time, we have seen this feature being used in the play, and we rarely see players picking up their fallen comrades and go ahead and revive them into the circle. But again, it's a big brain play coming from the side of Team R3G, and if they manage to pick all of their players, 2 of their fallen players, it will be again, Team R3G will be again a difficult team to deal with. But again, most of these teams out there, out of 7, 4 of teams have their 4-man standing. Team 3X also have one of their players knocked out, which has just got revived. Cairo is the one, he's getting knocked out very often. Looks like Team 3X Cairo is not finding his right right kind of form, which is much needed for him to participate alongside his teammates. But Team 3X still 4 of their players standing, which is making them more favorable in the whole fight. But Agon side, now they have to leave the hard cover. They have to go full-fledged against Team Magnus Esports, which somewhat a moment ago have cleared out this position where Team NES, 2 of their players were holding on to. But now Team Agon XI8, they are on the edge of the circle. They have to go for the fight, otherwise there's no way they're surviving on this side of the map.
Well, it seems like the fight between 3x and ToughX is gonna be very, very tough for the side of 3x as well, because right now, as you said, the shots aren't connecting. Even though all the advantage rolls in the favor of 3x, it seems like they are gonna have to divert their attention to a different team as of now, because for ToughX, it's not looking like they are getting any shots put onto them from the side of 3x. In the meanwhile, XI8 is gonna make sure that they deal enough damage to put 3x in a position where their 4s have someone who has to get down on all 4s. I mean, that's a knock coming in from the side of 3x. In the meanwhile, R3G is gonna make life difficult for the side of 7th Element. This just does not look like the best opportunity for 7th Element. They are gonna be out of the lobby quite soon, while BABLU with no problem at all, has secured 4 elimination points. They had only one when they literally turned into two-man standing, and they have gone ahead and capitalized on their domination so far. Agonix 8, is this a bye-bye? Hey, it looks like one. It looks like one. There's definitely quite a lot of damage onto the team. A couple of players still surviving, but is that going to be enough? I don't think so. They are already sandwiched between 3x and Magnus, both amazing teams, actually going ahead and capitalizing onto Agonix I8. They are retaliating.
Oh
Magnus is
wow.
gonna be able to go ahead and capitalize on the situation, while 3x is already suffering from the damage that Agonix I8 is causing. Whew, this is getting more and
Oh, it
more
was.
difficult for every single team on the board. The moment these
Yep.
numbers get balanced, every single team will stand a chance to actually go ahead and capitalize. But 3x, they have the best position as long as the circle supports.
Yeah, they have a best position definitely, and let's see which way this next circle is going to go, especially with this coming shift. But Ignite final players is still surviving, and will be confirmed from the side of 3x. 3x with 9 eliminations in their back, looking really promising. But the problem with this area is they have already brought a lot of attention toward themselves, and which is again very detrimental for their existence. But Magnus Esports on the other side, while they were trying to get a hold of the footstool of this hillside, they're still struggling a lot to just hold on to the position, because teams slightly away from there are giving them a lot of damage, and that's what Magnus Esports is right now dealing with. But Team BABLU, two of their players are still surviving. Reviews again healing himself up, and now he has a clear vision on the players of Team R3G, and also on the other side, Team 3X is eyeing on the players of Team Tough, which can also be another easy target for Team 3X from this much from this position, especially from this height.
Absolutely. A couple of players were literally not in any cover at all, and if they were spotted easily, Momtu could have acquired a couple of frag points for the team. I'm still seeing a couple of players from the side of a Team Tough that are not exactly in a position that can be safe for them. However, it seems like Momto is not willing to fire any shots just yet. He's just looking at the players, and there he goes. Drolin is picked off. Drolin's blood is drawing out of his body completely. In the meanwhile, backup will arrive, but will the backup survive? It's not. It's not possible. Cairo has his eyes set on that revival. He is gonna try and make sure that he moves in slowly and steadily towards the fight. He goes ahead, commits to it, does not make much out of it just yet, but very little HP on to finisher. Finisher will get finished right here, right now, and along with him, Drawling will be completely eliminated as well. Magnus Esports surviving with only one on foot and the other on knees. Ooh, they need a lot of help.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, they need to walk back.
Yeah, this was the help they were needing. This was the help right away they were needing when they were just, being a victim of their misery. But looks like Team 3X, they're picking those eliminations. They have that height advantage, and they are cashing it out, pretty big right now. And Team Tough, only surviving player is. Will try to revive his teammate, but how far he can go, because Team BABLU will be waiting for them right next door. And now look at the position. Look at this position. M7 definitely will get confirmed, and Team Tough, both of these elimination points will go for Team 3X as well. But now 3X have the control on the lower side. They have the control on the height, and now they're picking elimination points, just like picking some corn from the plate. And that's what Team R3G is doing, is being the victim of it. But Team BABLU still surviving. Reviews is also getting eliminated, and within no time, two of the teams got eliminated, and now Team 3X is already set for the chicken dinner. Only one player they just have to eliminate now.
Absolutely. It's Roshan versus 3x, and every single player on the side of 3x is still surviving. They already have 17 eliminations to their name. That's a huge number. 17 defeats on your board, flashing like anything, and that's just gonna be one more player that you have to fight against. There is gonna be a little bit of damage that the players could take from falling from this height, and there it is. The damage has been dealt, themselves trying to get in their own way. But yeah, it's still going to be an easy fight against Roshan for them, as long as they're able to survive for longest time possible. The circle isn't favoring them. They are going to have to push in as quickly as possible. There's a couple of players still situated in a very safe position from where it's going to be an easy peek onto Roshan. But again, we know Reggie's side. Roshan has been a frontier from the side of Regicide, and he might be able to go ahead and do a 1v2. However, a 1v4 does not look a very possible game to play. The revival might just happen, and if that happens, it's gonna get more and more difficult for the side of Roshan. The fight is already initiated. He has spotted Zarbaf, but Zarbaf will spot him back. The position has been revealed. Zarbaf gets knocked, but at the same time, there's a couple of players coming in. Oh my god, is he gonna make it possible? He's literally come back to a point where it has become a 1v2 instead of a 1v4. He is getting quite a damage being placed onto him, but the utilities are gonna be difficult to fight against. Momtu is still surviving on a very fractional HP on himself. Oh my god, there it is. It's
Miracle
a
is
1v2
out.
right now. Miracle has already been picked. Momtu has revived himself, and Cairo is going to be going to go ahead and revive Zarbaf as well. It's going to turn into a 1v3 again. Roshan, he has repositioned himself. Nobody has any idea where he is. He's going to take up a few pillies, pump up his nerves, and go ahead into the fight one more time. It's a 3v1. It's a 3 from 3x versus Roshan. Roshan, do you got this? The utilities are coming in. They have an idea of where Roshan is. The Molly has been spotted very close to him. Not going to be easy to go ahead close to them.
What was
But
that Molly?
they are going to be covering him up from every single position. He is not going to have any opportunity to walk out, but he can definitely still jiggle and take some shot. Momtu gets knocked down one more time into the game. Zarbaf and Cairo, only two surviving. There's rock support for both of these players, but Momtu's frag will be confirmed from the side of Roshan. Not enough HP, no more healing, only one energy drink available. Oh my god, is this one that you can take on? Cairo does get a lot of damage onto him, but he's not going to get completely eliminated. The fake support from the side of Smoke will work miracles, but well, Miracle is already out. So is Cairo going to be able to survive with Miracles? Not for long. Roshan goes and takes some peeks.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
It's been a 1v1 now. Zarbaf versus Roshan. Roshan loses at the last moment. And Zarbaf will capitalize this for 3x. Oh my god.
Look at the players of Team 3X. Oh my god. Oh my god. What was that? What was that? Those Ferrari peaks coming from the side of Team R3G's Roshan. Oh my man. It would be a clutch. It would be a clutch of lifetime in this PMPL Pakistan. And it will be something will be worth remembering, man. Definitely. What a play. What a play coming from the side of Team R3G Roshan. And anyone out there who is looking at this player, man, just beware when he is around. Just be careful. The way this guy just managed to take the fight against all four of these players. And at one point, Team 3X, look at the faces of their players. They thought they just lost it. They just lost it. The moment where Team 3X final player Zarbaf was in open, oh my god, if there would be some healing left with Roshan, it would be another chicken dinner coming from R3G. But GG Zehana, thank you for entertaining us in those final moments. But guys, we will carry it forward after this short break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
क्या बात है बच्चों, दिल जीतने वाली गेम खेल गए।
तो आंटी आपके साथ भी एक स्क्वाड अप हो जाए?
हाँ आ जाओ।
इस रमजान अपने स्क्वाड की गेम से बनो किसी की भलाई का मजबूत जरिया और खेलो सिर्फ दिल जीतने के लिए।
Welcome back guys after this short break. And what an intense fight, what an intense final fight we just witnessed between Team R3G's Roshan and rest of the Team 3X. And look at that, man, look at that, those elimination points. GG's. And I have no words left. Definitely, you know, the way Roshan performed, it was a tense situation, it was a nerve-wracking situation, I must say, and still he managed to, you know, kept his composure. He managed to hold on to his position, and it was just a close call, and we have seen it on the faces of the players of 3X.
Absolutely. And I mean, you should still have words to go ahead and say about it, because I used all of mine that were available to me in that fight. But like, yeah, I mean, this was unexpected. At one moment, I don't know why, but I literally started rooting for R3G. I was like, Roshan, please do this, please win this. I mean, this is going to be a clutch of a lifetime. Please do this. I was literally thinking that, and saying I don't know what, because that was a fight that I cannot even remember anymore, because it is just flooding across my veins right now. It's an experience more than a memory.
It is, and definitely everyone out there who was witnessing the whole situation, they would never forget this from Roshan. Thank you so much for giving us this moment in this PMPL, and it's just a start, guys. There's so many matches to come, and still, in the fourth match of the day, we have seen this kind of performance. Looks like we are going to see more of these in the following matches. But talking about MVP, definitely. Good performance, a very good performance coming from the side of Miracle. Miracle with 8 elimination points, 1112 damage. I'm really sorry, I'm fumbling because what we just witnessed, it was
Exactly.
historic. But 5 knockouts, 27 minutes of survival time, of just very minimal heal coming from the side of this player. But the way they utilized that height, it was phenomenal, and capturing that hillside early on really helped 3x to clear out Magnus. They really helped them to clear out Team Aegon Excited, Team Tough, Team R3G, you name it, they have it. And looks like Team 3x is all set to still dominate moving forward in this competition.
Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, again, whenever you talk about that last fight, it doesn't matter who won it, it's always gonna be the name of Roshan written all over it. And look at that. If he was able to take that last frag off, he might have been the one actually going ahead as the MVP as well, because the elimination number is the only thing that took him behind. Everything else, he's actually running ahead of Miracle as of now. So yeah, I mean, really disappointing for the side of Roshan. He must be heartbroken right now. But then again, every heartbreak gives you an ache which you carry forward into the next map and then make it into a victory. So I'm looking forward to R3G in the next one.
Yeah, Part 3G, it's overall they had a very good day so far. 4 matches, they got a chicken dinner in Sanhok. Then moving forward, they have this wonderful match, and again a very good performance coming from the player. And this will definitely boost up their confidence, because now they know Roshan is there to just carry the slack, what is left behind from the side of Team R3G. But again, it was just another decision. It was another improvisation coming from the side of Team R3G. Otherwise, Team R3G would have given a difficult time to the players of 3x. And it was just a moment where Team R3G had to just wait slightly, let the blue zone close in and then make the decision. And it somehow backfired for them, but Roshan, he just blew another soul into the fight, and the way he was playing, it was like this guy was having some golden touch overall. But GG's, what a brilliant and what a wonderful performance. I would say if I mark it as one of the best performances for throughout the PMPL, I would definitely say so. It was one of the best one I have noticed throughout this PMPL season. But GG's. R3G, again, a very good performance from them, and so far the momentum is going their way, and I would definitely wanted to see Team R3G moving forward with this kind of momentum in coming matches.
Absolutely. I mean, R3G has definitely shown some caliber going into this one at least. I mean, as we noticed, they do have a chicken to their name as well. So I mean, this is going to be one of the most consistent teams as of now, because today's maps, as we talked earlier, we are seeing teams go up ahead, secure themselves a chicken, and then on the next one literally leap for lobby so quickly as if they're waiting to eat up that chicken on the next map. So it seems like there are a very vivid range of performances coming into these finals, but R3G has been a little consistent compared to all the other teams. They got themselves a chicken. They again almost got themselves a chicken, and that just seems like we might be seeing them actually capitalizing. It's similar to the performance we saw from them on the second week of leagues. So yeah, hoping for at least one team to go ahead and dominate in the consistent side, because again, I want to have a little bit more surety of what's going to happen, because that's just the human nature, right? I mean, I am human, right? I mean,
is it a question or is it an information? I'm not
I
sure.
don't know anymore, Hassan. I don't know anything, because the way everything is going on, I'm questioning every single thing about my existence right now. Is this water? I don't know.
Or maybe it's a dream, who knows,
Exactly.
we're just waiting for that wake-up call, and this call can be coming from any of these teams out there. Top 16 and definitely top-notch action that we are witnessing throughout. But match 4, we have the match ranking for this one. We have Team 3X with 18 eliminations in their backpack, 28 total points, another big number game coming from them. Then R3G with 14 elimination points, and big thanks to the final 2 coming from the side of Roshan as well. So it's a great performance seeing teams like R3G, Team 3X just shining bright on this battlefield. But on the second page, there's nothing much left for these teams, especially for Freestyle, for QWERTY Esports, Team QWERTY, Team Esports, no success at all. Then Team 7th Element with the 0 elimination points, only 2 placement points. Then we have H2 and Fall to Devil with 1 elimination points each, and the Grounders with 1 placement and 2 elimination points for themselves. But DG Evil Boy with those nades, at one point I was thinking R3G was done and dusted, but from there Team R3G survived with 4 of their players, and someone managed to survive till the second spot. But let's have a look at the overall ranking, guys. What changes have this match impacted on our overall leaderboard? Looks like Team R3X is on the second spot now with 90 overall points. Then Magnus Esports with their performance in previous match as well, 92 points on the first spot. R3G, it's a big change now, 89 points and sitting on the third spot. 7th Element still on 4th, but Aegon XI 8, they're lagging slightly, slightly behind Team 7E, but I'm pretty sure there are 2 matches left and they will just bounce back.
That's right. Looking at the second page, it seems like the Grounders are gonna need some ground-breaking performance coming in for them. Team QWERTY, Esports, the Faulty Devils, again some teams that need to buckle up quite a bit because the other teams have already reached a higher advantage point. We're about to see the teams cross the 100 point, and these teams are not even at 50 just yet. So I'm expecting to see these teams step up to the game and actually go ahead and deliver as we do not expect, because like everything that we do not expect is happening. Going into the 5th map of Sanhok. Now again, talking about things that we do not expect. This is a map where everything happens and we expect everything and we still see something unexpected. How? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is I'm literally questioning every single thing right now. If you were to put me in an examination today, I would be writing questions instead of answers. I mean, that's just the way I have become today. It's just I'll need a complete day of rest to actually go ahead and be able to, cast the next one tomorrow, because can anyone wrap their heads around this? I mean, I cannot.
Yeah. Things are so messy and they're all over the place.
Exactly.
Definitely, you're right. It's difficult to wrap your head around this. But yeah, it's just the first day of PMPL, and I would say just buckle up, hold tight, and we are here for the fun ride overall. But for PMPL Pakistan, this is something I would say we've been seeing from previous seasons as well. You never know who's gonna win the PMPL, and that's the beauty of PMPL Pakistan region. But talking about our 5th match of the day, we are moving toward Sanhok. Again, an unexpected map. Anything can happen unexpected, but as Rihanna said, we'll definitely see something unexpected even though everything is unexpected. So still it's a funny paradigm, but what we can say about we have no authority over it, but let's see what's gonna happen on this pretty green match, I would say. And looks like every team will have a easy drop for their drop locations. Team Aegon XI8 going for Lakavi, and Freestyle pretty close to Quarry, which is very rare we see them, because this time around Team QR is going to Camp Charlie, and there's been slight shift coming from the side of Team Freestyle. Otherwise, we rarely see Team Freestyle going for Quarry, but let's see what kind of adjustments gonna happen for Team Freestyle. There are 2 players from Aegon XI in the close proximity, which will make things difficult for both of these teams, because the chances of going into a full-fledged fight will have creating problems for a team like Freestyle and Aegon both. But Team TG versus 7E, this romance has been happening over and over again in previous Sanhok. We have also seen that, but this time around, once again, Team TG and Team 70 both are pretty close to each other. But 752 Esports versus Team NES, it's happening. And what a great position from the side of 52 Esports Chotu, but he can be spotted from the side of Maxi if Maxi decides to come upstairs. But Jalad is there waiting for Maxi. Let's see.
Well, Jalad might just be able to spot him off. There's a fight initiating already, but Jalad is on the worst side of it. Gets taken out instantly, and Maxi is gonna win this one with very little HP remaining on him, but still a victory coming in for his side of the team. North Esports with 1 frag point already to their name. I mean, last time they did have a couple of players on Hathin, while the other two waited on the other side of the island, on the other side of the bridge. But this time they have decided to all four go together and make sure that they make the best of this fight. I was already a little skeptical about this decision, but I guess all of my doubts have been cleared already with that one flashing frag point onto their screens already.
Yeah, but looked like NES Maxi wasn't ready for this, but he somewhat managed to take down the player of 52 Esports. And Jalad, an early elimination for him, unfortunately, but it is what it is. But on the other side, Hathin is still under contention. 52 Esports, they are retreating. They know they have lost their man advantage, and it's time to just go for the survival strat. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to go full-fledged against Team NES. It's 4 versus 3, so again chances are low, and I think 52 Esports are not going to take the chances overall. But 52 Esports, they had good matches, and it's time not to lose that momentum. If they decide still to go ahead and go for the fight, I must say it will be a difficult task to accomplish. But NES, now they're feeling themselves. They got their first elimination, and that's what they're doing right now, scanning through each and every compound. They just don't want to take chances. That's the reason why they're teaming up. 3 of the players are there, and now it's time where 52 Esports have to decide whether they should go stay here or should retreat completely, because there are still chances where NES might spot any of their players.
Well, NES definitely has a chance of spotting the players of 52 Esports, but 52 Esports, being as rigid as always, do want to take part into this fight, at least trade off for the one member that they already lost, and it's been Jalad that got taken out so quickly into the game. I mean, if I'm not wrong, he was the second blood drawn out of the map, first being from the side of QWERTY. But right now it seems like QWERTY is also very close to TFD. Both these teams, even after a man loss, are not willing to leave the area just yet. They want to go ahead, take the fight. They want to go ahead, collect as many elimination points as they have already given up for the other teams, and make sure that they have a great standing going further into the game. The circle, however, has been very northeastern, and 7th element is gonna be trying to make their way into the circle. If they go through the bridge, they are gonna have quite some difficulty because a couple of teams already there, and this time we cannot consider any team to have a better advantage at a fight than the other, because all of these teams are just showing up so different from what we saw in the league phases. The grounders are also going to be holding a little bit of the circle area. So 7th element's rotation, not going to be the easiest. However, the ones on the south might just have a little easier time trying to get back into the circle, because most of the teams on that edge are already trying to get themselves some real estate inside the play area. But this fight, it's not coming to any end. I mean, generally in Sanhok, we just see teams charging in and taking up the fights as quickly as possible. But this is what finals does to you. You hold back, you wait for the iron to heat up before you actually go ahead and make your shots onto it and shape it the way that it looks like your own victory. Team QWERTY still trying to fall back, while the Faulty Devils try to push in as far as possible. Team QWERTY is already going to leave the compound, and now they have Team TFD inside the compound, but one player still, Leon, is going to hold from outside, make sure that if a sandwich situation is created, he's able to make a few frags and make an exit point for the side of Team Faulty Devils. While Team QWERTY, still 3 players located in the very area. Oh, Leon is going to face one, and he's going to pick Khan away instantly. That was great awareness. He was running without any weapons in his hand, and then suddenly he goes ahead, picks off the player, but then there's a retaliation coming in from the side of Wolverine as well. Wolverine, you are going to be a topic of worry for the side of TFD, but they are going to charge in. Not going to capitalize just yet. Need a player to be revived. But in the meantime, In the meantime, Wolverine, you have your hands free. Go ahead, pick up Khan, or pick up a fight. Up to you, buddy. You have the better judgment here. TFD all on feet. Avazar very far away from the rest of the team, not gonna be able to support at all. While Voltrex is already making his way back into the compound, this is gonna be a heal that is not possible. There they go, picking up another player from the side of QWERTY. Wolverine is gonna be down. Voltrex has already made his way back in.
Oh, no way.
Avazar gets completely eliminated, but no other worry for the side of TFD. They are going to be able to reset themselves completely and confirm the frag points for themselves. Voltrex will be the last and only player standing from the side of Team QWERTY with only one frag point for the team, while TFD survives in all three with 3 frag points to go along with it.
Yeah, TFD unfortunately lost their surprise factor, which they could have served to the players of Team QWERTY, but Voltrex, being clinical once again, he took down Avazar, and now Team TFD, they are slightly separated away. They cannot risk it, moving into the open and being an easy target for Voltrex, but still Team QWERTY losing 3 of their players, not a good thing to see. But on the other side, Team BABLU, their final player, was surviving, and Team H2E will confirm the elimination. Dread having the elimination in his backpack, and now looks like Freestyle and Team H2E both will go ahead and confirm those elimination points. Team BABLU is out of the mix, and Team QWERTY is also left one player. But this is Team 52 Esports coming in. 52 Esports taking down 2 of the players. Chotu will go ahead and confirm those elimination points. Looks like Team 52 Esports were here to take the taxes, and TFD wasn't ready, so it's been a full-on seizure of assets. That's what Team 52 Esports is doing right now, and TFD are left with only 1 player. So whatever they serve to the players of Team QWERTY, now TFD is dealing with that as well for themselves, and only 1 player surviving, Easy Boy, and he is on the farthest part of Cow right now, not going to take a fight against these players. So 52 Esports, after losing their 1 player, they somewhat got some value for themselves, and now they have 2 eliminations in their backpack.
Absolutely, there's definitely value coming in for the side of 52 Esports, because even though they lost a player, they have a couple of frag points to themselves. TFD was in a better position, but then they lost a couple more players to 52 Esports, and that just eliminated all of the advantage that they had secured for themselves, because 3 frag points for 3-man loss is not a great deal to go ahead with. Easy Boy is gonna again fall into the crosshairs of 52 Esports soon enough, because Cow is gonna have to be evacuated as quickly as possible. Look at 7E, they are being super slow with their rotation, not gonna want to participate in any fights just yet, going slow and steady into the circle, while NES Nightmare is leading the way for them. Now, this is the thing about 7th Element. Unless NES turns back around, checks their back, makes sure that 7th Element is there, they are going to feel like they're going through a whole leisurely ride. While 70 is going to use them as a bait, literally. 7th Element is going to have any idea of all the teams located around once they start shooting at NES, and going to be able to make a third-party invasion onto them as well while they make their way back into the circle. However, they are losing quite a bit of AP in trying to do so, so I would want to see them come back into the circle as quickly as possible, because even though slow and steady North Esports has already made it into a safer area, the blue zone isn't eating up their HP anymore. However, when you talk about HP being eaten, that is being done by Shami onto the players of TG.
Yeah, Shami is holding a very good angle, I must say, and he is holding Team TG, is one of the players from Team TG, off slightly away from the team, which is Team TG supporter. But another player getting down. Team Freestyle will join the mix, and now Freestyle again on the same spot where Team Freestyle lost 3 of their players previously, and now this time around, let's see what plan Team Freestyle have. Now Freestyle is have a change of plan. They're using a different site to go from, but looks like Shami will confirm those elimination points, and he is using a suppressed M762. Literally, come on, I guess so. He's using that gun. Yeah, no, he's using a QBZ for long ranges, and still, he's managing to get this much damage. And now Team XGeneration is pushing forward. Sad Boy is there. Sad Boy taking 3 of their players down. What's happening? Team TG wasn't expecting this kind of loose push coming from the side of XGeneration, and Sad Boy rightfully punished the whole squad of Team TG, but it's Shami Boy left alone now. Freestyle on the other side, they're moving forward, and look at this utility usage coming from the side of Shami Boy. Shami Boy was low on HP, and Black confirmed that elimination. And it's a good save for Sad Boy coming from the side of Team Freestyle. GG's, man. What a wonderful performance.
Exactly. Sad boy, maybe sad boy, but he got saved from sad life. He is literally in happy moments right now thanks to Freestyle. However, there comes another elimination. Big names of the board already getting taken out. Seventh Element is out. BABLU is out. XGeneration is out. I was expecting a different gameplay from BABLU coming into Sanhok. But well, here we are. This is how it's going for now. And North Esports just gonna take that moped and mop every team that comes in their way. They already have a couple of frag points. They have all their 4 members alive. And I mean, this is just the way the game is rolling as of now. It's unfolding in all of their benefits. They're still outside the circle though, so they're gonna have to be, in a little more rush than they expect. And at the same time, R3G versus QR, a fight you don't want to miss. These teams both being one of the most polished ones in this game. But let's see who's gonna have the upper hand on this fight. R3G, you do not want to lose your man count just yet. You know exactly what just happened in the last map. If you had even one more player, if you had even one more healing, you could have actually clutched that, and it would have been written in golden words across the books of history. But right now, you have to revenge, you have to avenge, you have to go back and acquire that same position for yourself. So R3G, be very careful of all the teams around you, because in the meanwhile, TFD and Voltrex, oh my god, okay, Easy Boy and Voltrex, both as solo survivors from their teams, and this literally looks like a hide and seek Tom and Jerry game going on between them. Okay, here comes the fight, here goes the fight, that's an end, and with a great gameplay coming in from the side of Easy Boy, this is GG Easy for QWERTY.
Yeah, Team QWERTY got eliminated, but this is how it is. But on the other side, decision that was pending between TMD and Team QWERTY, and now this time around, decision is now available. We have the winners for the fight, Team TFD, but TFD is left with only one player surviving. But within no time, Team QR and Aegon XIA both teamed up and confirmed the elimination points on R3G, and R3G is out of the game. One of the players being picked from the side of Team QR, and rest were dealt by Team Aegon XIA. But seeing the situation, looks like Team Aegon XIA, they might repeat the same script, in the previous Sanhok, where they were having good start, but they couldn't even get to the top 3, I guess. They finished at top 5, but now let's see what plan is in the minds of these players, because they need that kind of momentum setting game, which they were, I'm pretty sure they've been waiting for. But now Team Aegon XI8, Falak is playing once again. 2 days ago, I guess last week, there's been some social media posting happening where someone said Aegon XI8, Falak is no more with the team. He decided to change his path, but someone was a April Fool joke. So yeah.
Damn it.
Joke on the community, but
that's a heartbreaking joke. That's a heartbreaking joke. I can imagine what the fans must have gone through during that scenario. But yeah, right now the one going through difficulties is not Aegon XI8, it's QR. Senior is gonna hold up the flag for the team, but is that gonna be enough? Because there's already a knock. There's already a player who's not going to be able to participate into the fight, and it's going to be a 4v3 going forward from here. So it just seems like Aegon XI8 might have the upper hand as of now. Another knock.
There you go.
Keeps getting more and more difficult. Yes, there's a third party coming in as well, and that's a complete elimination onto Senior. QR in a lot of difficulty. Spark is so close. So close to Halsey. Both of these players are going to be able to team up, but if utilities come in, both of them are going to suffer at the same time. Halsey is knocked. One more time, needs revival, but Aegon XI8 just going to charge in. Spark, do you have the spark left in you to continue this fight? Are you going to be able to go ahead and stand up against the whole
Oh,
team of Aganex
GG.
I8? This is a 4v1,
Oh,
resulting in an
beautiful.
elimination onto Spark, and that just eliminates the whole team of Quantum Rage with no more Rage left to fight with, while Aganex I8
Definitely.
still stands with all fours.
Yep, Aegon once again rising from the fights, and Team Quantum Rage, unfortunately the side they were holding on to was a risky one. They were having some pressure coming from the side of 52 Esports, which somewhat delayed the process of Team Quantum Rage going into a full-fledged fight, because Team 52 Esports confirmed 2 of their elimination points from the side of Team QR. But now Circle is shifting forward, and this time around it's a Western shift. Team Magnus Esports with 4 of their players standing there in the center. Team 3X once again 4 players standing on the Western side. They might go ahead and confirm 2 eliminations on NES as well, but overall I'm not seeing anyone threatening 3X on the western edge of the circle. On the other side, we are seeing 52 Esports now. They're trying to close in toward Team Magnus. It will be a difficult breach into the compounds of Team Magnus Esports, because Zibian is the one holding the side from where 52 Esports is trying to move into the circle. Also, Magnus Esports have a good eye on the players of Aegon, who are trying to get into the circle as they just finished another fight with Team QR. But seeing the situation, I believe Magnus Esports and 52 Esports is the fight which is going to happen now.
Well, there's a lot that is going to happen now. There's gonna be some rage, there's gonna be some fights, there's gonna be some bullets, everything flying across the maps. And again, Sanhok, even though it's not a map of the vehicles, we are gonna see quite a few of them going ahead,
There you go.
breaking the laws of
NES.
physics. And with that, NES gets eliminated. Whew, that's just 7 teams remaining. Aganex I8 looking pretty strong as of now, but how long they sustain is gonna be a question. TG and H2E, definitely not the ones that can make their way back in. 52 Esports losing players left and right as well. There's surge pressure coming in as well. 52 Esports is gonna have quite a little bit
good
of
try.
rut going on here, and with that comes the elimination, knocking on their doors, sending them back to the lobby alongside H2E.
Oh
Top
my god.
5. Aganex I8 also losing a member. At the same time, Magnus also has one knocked. The circle keeps getting smaller and smaller. The teams keep losing hope a little bit with every single bullet coming their way. 3X had a great game the last map. The pace is completely different, but they still look like the strongest one in the lobby as of now. Is this gonna be a double chicken for a team in 2 maps back to back, which were so different in pace, going all the way from Miramar to Sanhok? Is this gonna be the moment where we see a team take all of the patience from the first one and turn it into an aggression for the next one, and both times come up with a chicken?
Yep, and this time around, I believe Team 3X have a very fair chance, because Magnus Esports, look at their attention. Their whole attention is invested toward the players of Aegon XI8, and now Blade is also down. Team Tough was close more than Team Aegon was expecting, and I8 Blade is down now. But it's time where Team Aegon XI8 have to decide whether they want to go ahead and get in the circle, because Blue Zone have just started. Falak is the one only who's taking fight right now, but Thor will definitely, I believe, confirm those elimination points. Blade is up on his feet once again, but it's a very less time left, and Blade have his vehicle there. He is just healing himself. Our team Tough giving a difficult time to the players of Team Aegon. IQ trying to roll his vehicle in front, but Playzone will take down Falak as well. And the final player, I believe, Blade, will get confirmed from the side of Team Magnus Esports. Now, Team Tough. The thing that they were trying to serve to Aegon XI8 is being served to them now. The XRPAF will confirm the elimination on Team Tough Sim 7. 3X still 4-man standing. Looks like 3X is the one who will be going for that chicken dinner, because looks like, okay, once again, another close call for Team 3X. They have to revive their player. The 3X rest of the team is trying to get into the circle, which is in itself a unique thing to see, because right now there is 30 seconds left. They can revive their players, but Team Tough, what just happened? 4 of their players were standing a moment ago, and now they're left with only Joker. Joker have a big responsibility on him, and looks like Team Magnus is going to take that responsibility away from him and will serve him Uh, good elimination right away. There you go. Oh,
Well, Joker
he's
does
still waiting.
revive. Exactly. He literally revived himself, walked back into the fight, but then that's all the breath that he's gonna
Oh,
have for himself. Magnus Esports gonna revive themselves, gonna reset all of the players and walk back into the fight. Zen is up to the mark, Drawlin is up to the mark. They can walk back in, but at the same time,
nope.
3x has more control onto the area. However, Mom2 gets knocked in no time at all, making it difficult for 3x. But in the return, Zibian is going to be knocked as well. It's going to turn into a 3v3 right now. Oh, the players are walking in, but look at that utility. Exactly. That is going to shut down 3 players from the side of Magnus Esports. Drawlin standing along, trying to take a fight. But that does not result in any benefit at all. 3x for the second chicken dinner back to back. And there it is. 2
Oh
for
my god, they can't
3x,
believe themselves.
one after the other. Oh my god.
Looks like Team 3X, they have definitely a plan in their mind, and now they are acting on that plan. And so far, everything is dropping in place. And 3X with another chicken dinner, they will have, I believe, the first spot, and as well as they will have the lead against all of these teams out there. But yeah, sure, another winner chicken dinner, and a good one once again. 10 elimination points for them, 20 points, where most of the teams that were keeping themselves busy couldn't even get these kind of eliminations. But still, another GG. Overall rank is number 1, 1400 damage, all 4 players standing, and just winning another one for themselves. But guys, discussion will continue after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
नहीं यार, आज गेम नहीं खेल सकता।
अहमद,
आ रहा हूँ मम्मी।
हाथ बढ़ाने से, साथ निभाने से, उम्मीद बांटने से खुशियाँ घटती नहीं बस बढ़ती है। वही देता है वही सुनता है जब भी दोगे तुम सदा।
Welcome back, guys, after this short break, and we are back after post-match 5. This was Sanhok, and another victory for Team 3X. This is Essen alongside me, it's Ehana. Wonderful Ehana. Ehana, this was something unexpected once again, and we were anticipating early on that we are seeing, a new winner in every match, every map. There's no consistency coming from any team, but 3X, they somewhat cracked the code.
They absolutely did. They not only cracked the code, they literally cracked open all the heads of the opponents that were standing in front of them. And that just resulted in a big chicken with 10 elimination points and 10 placement points. I mean, that is huge. Right after having one where you had 18 eliminations, it's like back to back, they're going on collecting these strike points for themselves. It's the point that they're gonna use to actually go ahead and get themselves, benefits in future from somewhere or the other. It's like the way our parents actually save money. That's how they're collecting these headshots.
Yeah, well, it looks like another great, MVP coming from the side of Chotu. This guy's been keeping himself busy all along. No matter what result rest of the team of 52 Esports bring to the table, Chotu is, bringing in some MVPs for himself. 4 eliminations this match as well, and 183 healing, 4 knockouts, 17 minutes of survival, and tons and tons of damage, 800 plus damage with 4 eliminations to his name. But 52 Esports, again, rest of the team playing GG. The Erangel, they aced one of the matches today, but still they have to be consistent. They have to be clinical, otherwise 52 Esports won't be able to, maintain their position. They're on 7th spot right now. But let's see how far they can go by the end of this day. But again, a consistent performance coming from 3X. Let's have a look at the top players of this previous match, and I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing most of these players from different teams. There you go. No 2 players coming from same team, and looks like it's been a very well spread kill numbers coming to all these players. Mr. Kala with 4 eliminations. Sad boy, definitely he confirmed 3 of those eliminations on XGeneration. Then we have Zibeon with 3 eliminations to his name. Team 3x Miracle with 3 eliminations, 523 Miracle. Again, he is eyeing for that first spot for that MVP. And we have IQ from AgonXI with 572 damage, and Chotu once again with 4 elimination points, 811 damage. So MVP again, guys. MVP is on the stake, and looks like 52 Esports, Chotu, IQ, Miracle, all of these guys are striving for that $1,000.
Absolutely, and look at the damage difference between Choto and Mr. Kala. It's literally 163 points. That's a huge damage difference coming in at top players. However, the elimination points are literally equal for both of these players. It seems like there was definitely a little bit of lagging behind when it came to converting those, damages into actual knocks and frag points. But yeah, still maintaining the first spot for himself. Choto does look like he's doing great for himself. But it will definitely have to be a contribution coming in from every single player of the team to make this team actually rise up and shine like a bright, bright star onto this map. But yeah, going into the third map, you know what worries me, Ehsan?
Yep.
If 3x takes this one too, they will have won every single map at least once.
Yeah, but it will be one heck of a day for Team 3x.
Yeah.
And, you will see a different 3x tomorrow, because this kind of confidence being pumped into them, definitely there will be nothing, I would say, will be stopping them to hold on to the first spot for quite some time. But yeah, AgonXI, another big kill number game where they managed to completely eliminate few of these squads, Team QR, then they had a fight with Team Tough as well. They survived throughout. But looks like Team AgonXI, they are being slightly unlucky. That's the reason why they are unable to finish off their matches. But rest of the teams, they are very careful. They are again top 8 teams, as I mentioned at the day start, are going to qualify for the South Asia Championship. So top 8, another opportunity for them to make some extra buck, and at the same time, they will be playing against the top teams of South Asia, which in itself is a big proud moment for your region. And at the same time, you will be the one being remembered in the book of history that you were the one that qualified for the PMPL South Asia Championship. But talking about match ranking, guys, 3x, once again, another consistent performance, 20 total points for them. Then we have AgonXI 8 with 12 points. Then we have Magnus Esports with 12 points. Team Tough, 8 points. The ground with 7. Then we have Freestylers 52 Esports with 5 each. Then Faulty Devils with 4 points. So looks like most of the elimination points are being distributed among top 3 teams. And most of these were taken especially from Magnus Esports, Agon, and Team 3x.
Absolutely, and these teams, they are so ruthless. They just go ahead, pick off all of these heads, pick off all of these elimination points, and leave the ones on the lower branches with nothing at all. No placement points for them, no elimination points for them, literally nothing at all for the teams on the lower sides. Look at Regicide, look at 7th Element, look at BABLU. Again, big names with no points at all whatsoever. It does not look like it's gonna be something that you can predict. It does not look like it's gonna be some matches that you can just, run on the basis of statistics, because all of these players, they had so many tricks up their sleeves and they were not revealing any of it. And suddenly you walk into the finals and it's a barrage of handkerchiefs colored in different colors and just knotted one after the other coming out of the pockets of each of these players. I mean, what am I watching? PMPL, or is it a magic show?
Definitely, it's some of its kind, but again, the show is still going on, guys. There's one more match left, and people go on Erangel after this one. But yeah, sure. Again, it's a very good chances of Team 3x maybe going for the third chicken of the day, which rarely happens. Which haven't happened throughout this PMPL. We have seen two chicken dinners in a day, not consecutive ones, but this time around, 2 consecutive chickens coming from the side of 3x. It's somewhat pointing out maybe 3x will try to go for their third one. But let's have a look at the schedule, guys. As we already said, it's gonna be Erangel final match of the day, match number 6 of the day, and it's been a long day for all these players, for us as well, for you guys. But the action that we are witnessing is unparalleled. We haven't seen this kind of action throughout this league stages, but still one more to go. Erangel it is, and again a very fair chance of either of these teams, gonna try to ace this one for themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, there is no difference in caliber anymore. There was a lot that we were seeing towards the league phases, but right now it feels like every single team has stepped up their game so much that there isn't any wiggle room or breathing room for any of the teams that were actually feeling secure in their pockets in the earlier phases. It's like nobody is safe. Nobody is left untouched anymore. Every single person is, you know, in some way or the other vulnerable. Nobody is invincible anymore. Everybody can be picked off, and every team can be eliminated at any point at all, because we're seeing so many big names getting out of back to the lobby in the early matches itself. And I mean, I'm like, this wasn't expected, but then not expecting this was also expected, so somewhere in between there.
What is it? So yeah, surely is again a very sticky and very slippery situation that we are dealing with right now. And we have not much of a say in this, guys. This is something you should expect while you're watching PMPL Pakistan. This is a region where any player could be a clutch player at one moment, and the same player would fall from his vehicle next match and get eliminated. So this is again very inconsistent, again I would say, inconsistent at the same time, something very unexpected region, I must say. All of these players have capabilities. Sometimes those capabilities work, sometimes don't, so we have to be happy with whatever we get. But let's get into Erangel, guys. It's the final match of the day. Talking about the playing path, starting from Lipovka and going straight toward the western edge of the circle, or western edge of the map, close to QWERTY and Primorsk. Looks like northern side slightly away from the reach, but not that far. Most of these teams will find some vehicles near school, maybe near shelter, and they can move forward. The rest of the teams, like teams.The, they will try to go for the western side of Gatka, where they can find some vehicle and can go to South Georgia Pole. The rest of the teams looks like they will be evenly spread throughout the map.
Well, it is definitely a very easy to reach positions kind of a flight path, but we still have to see where the first circle forms, because that will decide a lot of things. Agonexide, I think, will still be going to military base. I'm not seeing TG still taking their fall for Primorsk. Okay, they are finally moving towards Primorsk. BABLU is gonna still exist on Ferry Pier, and look at that, another southern circle on Erangel. How many do we gonna see now? How many? I mean, Ehsan, I feel like it's been 90-10 percentage overall of southern and northern circles coming on to Erangel specifically. And Agon Exide has been so lucky so many times. The circle literally has most of a military base into it. And then some teams like H2E generally like to go ahead, take a fight with Agon X, and then R3G. Both of these teams generally sandwich them. Let's see if that happens again. But yeah, great positioning for Agon X again. Great, circle control that they can acquire for themselves. They generally do have great space that they have under their control when it comes to military base, and also the bridge hold from this team is impeccable. And Pablo has been a victim to that wrath once before. I don't know if they would want to invest again.
Yeah, let's see. But looks like the kind of trend that we are seeing with this particular play area looks like it will be a second or third shift toward the main island. So Econexide have to position themselves accordingly, because they don't want to be on the Sanhok Island. Once the circle shift, definitely teams will try to camp out and will give them some damage. Might Econexide lose one or two of their players, but rest of the teams like team BABLU, we used to see them on the North Georgia, where 52 Esports is right now, and this change in the strategy, I don't know if it's gonna work for them, especially in the finale, because they're really strong in North Georgia, and most of their rotations, most of their planning, moving into the matches, is being designed, with the reference to North Georgia Ball City. But this change, let's see how it works for them. We have seen previous Erangel, Team BABLU, they couldn't hold on to their position for quite some time. They had a tough time against 7E, and this this positioning, especially around Fairy Pair, is quite risky for Team BABLU.
I am very interested to see how Magnus goes forward in this, because look at that. They're literally in the center of Portugal, completely vacant area all around them, and just a leisurely moment for the team. However, in the meanwhile, blood gets drawn, and BABLU is the one who picks the blood bags, runs away with it. Now it's gonna be used to revive their players when they need it. Blood donation camps running on already. Team BABLU is still gonna need some time trying to, find out the best position to hold on to, find out the best location to, capitalize on. I generally do see the Grounders and Team BABLU trying to pick, early fights against each other. Not seeing that right now just yet. So waiting for it.
I'm not sure what Team BABLU is trying to do, because they started rotating from Fairy Pair, they went into Gatka, they took down one player for Freestyle, they came back, and now they're right next door to QWERTY, which is again the drop location for Team Freestyle. Now look at this, Refuse is scanning another compound, and now Team BABLU is moving away. So it's like an undecisive situation for Team BABLU. They haven't decided yet which way they want to go, but I believe a better way is to hold into open where right now they are, and is that position which will be way fruitful for them rather than holding into a hard compound, because it's very rare teams rotation path cross that way, because they know that if there is someone in those compounds, it will be a difficult place to move by. So again, staying in the open, it could be very rewarding, because you can surprise those passing by rotations and can pick one or two frags from them. So let's see what BABLU decides for themselves. And now BABLU is again right next door in QWERTY. I'm sorry, in Fairy Pair. So looks like still they haven't decided which way they want to go.
Well, they're on vacation, I guess, and they're just chilling around, roaming around, trying to see where to be. That just rhymed. Anyways, so yeah, I just feel like Team BABLU is still taking their sweet little time to go ahead and find what to do for themselves. And in a way, even though I do feel like in a game like this you should come prepared, I'm not completely against this, because look at this. What does all of that preparation do for you? Specifically right now, nothing, nada. We could not predict nothing. We had all the stats right in front of us. So I feel like right now teams taking their time to actually read each other in a different and more practical and more in the game manner might just work out. If BABLU is confident enough with their aim, they can just go around, try to look for whatever fight comes their way and pick it. Because I mean, that's one way to go about it. It's not the very clinical way to go about it. It's not the very calculated way to go about it, but it's still one way to go about it. So we'll see if that one works out for BABLU. But right now it seems like freestylers are gonna be on a man loss, so they are gonna wanna cover up for that by trying to get themselves some frag points, some eliminations, some defeats. All of them mean the same thing, but I just wanted to be versatile.
Yep, and it will be a big flex again.
I know, right?
Again, on all those viewers that are trying to learn some extra vocabulary, right? So yeah, they'll be like, yeah, it's an easy thing for me, no problem. It could be your tough deal, but for me, it's just an array of words that I use it like every now and then. But joke aside, but yeah, it's again. Right now is getting slightly slower down, and looks like, as we were talking about Team BABLU, some of other teams are still not able to decide which way they want to go. Team Freestyle, very good position for them. They lost one of their players early on, but the position they're holding on to right now, they will be able to get some frags, especially if the circle goes slightly south or near the bridge. It will be again a feast for Team Freestyle, because team.The, Team 3X, Team TG, they might have to cross through that location, and it will be some easy eliminations for them. But here we go, it's about to pop up the next phase of the game, and I feel like it will be more centralized toward Team BABLU. pretty close to the bridge, but no, it's more toward Katka, and when there's a Katka circle, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a chaotic one because there is not much of the hard cover available for these teams.
Well, there's a great disadvantage for our teams right now, which is so far, Ehsan, take a look, only one player has been eliminated. One player. That means the population density is just gonna go way high up. I mean, we both belong to countries that have really dense population, and we know how that is. We literally have no room to walk around in. We literally have no room inside our room. We literally have people walking in on us every single time, whether we're doing anything at all. So yeah, I mean, our teams are gonna have a lot of teams walking in on them while they're in the middle of a couple of fights, and that's just gonna result into way too many third parties. That's gonna result into way too many, unidentified collateral damages happening left and right. So before walking into the circles, all the teams, all the players, just go ahead, take a deep breath in, take a deep breath out, and just rush in, because there's gonna be no more time to breathe after this. This is claustrophobia. Freestyle. No more style points for you, buddy. It's gonna be a 0 point. Like the first team to get eliminated after I call out the one single player that was taken out, it's gonna be them. And a 50-50 contribution from BABLU and TG onto that.
Team TG, yeah, sure. I was expecting maybe Team TG lose some of those players because they will be on the rotation, but yeah, they stopped in the right time and now they have some successes in the backpack. So yeah, good start for TG, good start for Team BABLU. Both of these teams are in a much of need of these kind of these points. But talking about 52 Esports, 52 Esports, a good spray coming from the side of Magnus Esports and taking down Chotu, the guy who has been the real difference maker for 52 Esports. But yeah, let's see what 52 Esports have to offer for us. But on the other side, in the kill feed, Team BABLU Pen taking down TG. Sad boy, sad boy. It's not a happy moment for him. But yeah, sure, Team TG and Team BABLU, they have extensive distances between each other. And I believe it will be an easy revive for Team The Grounders. But Team Quantum Rage on the other side, they are right next door I believe school, but Team TG versus Team BABLU is happening. Pichaku coming in and taking down two of the players within no time, and I believe style points going to Team BABLU this time around. The final player from Team TG has had to retreat, and I believe Team BABLU is feeling themselves.
That's not even Pichaku anymore, it's Pichku. He's literally crushing people under his vehicle like we try to squeeze toothpaste out of the toothpaste tubes in the early morning. That's how he's squeezing blood out of all of these players. I mean, alright, buddy, I get it. Style points for you. Definitely style points for you. But Team BABLU, they have been off to an aggressive start. That's exactly what I've been wanting from them, because I think that playstyle just works for them a little more. Because I did not see much colors spraying their way when they were trying to be a little more preservative, a little more conserved. But at the same time, XGeneration, they already have a member to pick back up. They are going to be successfully able to do that. But the fights have not just ended yet. There's a couple of teams around them. Team QR now knows the position of Psycho. And this is going to be another battle that starts while the other one that has already been in play hasn't ended just yet. Team QWERTY is also going to be trying to make their standing against Team XGeneration once they start figuring out the frag points coming in for other teams onto XGeneration, because then they'll be more clear that there's a man count disadvantage onto the team that they've been behind. But at the same time, great utility use coming in from the side of 3X, trying to acclaim their heads high already, while two members of Tough still struggle to survive.
Yep, and some good precise shots being landed on the players of Team Tough. Otherwise, it would be a difficult one for the two players of 3X to just pinpoint drop utilities on the players of Team Tough. But there you go, R3G versus Team I8. It's happening. Team R3G managed to take down two of the players from I8, and now the players are back up. And now it's something Team R3G have to deal with. But the moment Blade, thinks of sitting into his vehicle, that's where the problem starts. Uzum will get some damage to one of the players from R3G, and knock with that precise headshot, taking down Uzum as well. Falak is the final player surviving, so it could be another day end for Team Aegon Exide early on, but utility still needed to be dropped. Falak have to go with some utility kills. Now utility knocks, otherwise it will be a difficult one. But Roshan versus Falak is happening, but Roshan, wow, what just happened? Taking down Falak, and I believe Falak will be confirmed as well, but third party is happening. HGP is also in the mix. Team Aegon, with two of their players surviving, could possibly be a victim of a third party for themselves, but Blade is still bleeding out. Team R3G didn't confirm their elimination. Falak is the one gotten eliminated, but R3G was taking down Uzum, and now R3G Avenger is also changing his angles, but it's just a matter of time where Aegon Exide might get eliminated right away. XIQ left, and he's a solo survivor. Uzum is also bleeding out. Blade is probably bleeding out as well. And now let's see if a 1 versus 3 situation can be handled by I8 IQ.
Well, he has definitely relocated himself at a much advantageous position, but there's still going to be a push coming in from the side of the circle that is going to push him into the crosshair of R3G. R3G trying to sandwich him, a couple of players sliding down the hill, trying to get him from the back, while a couple still try to get him from the top. This is still going to be a very, very difficult situation, not only because of the man count, but because of the strat that R3G is using to go ahead and invest into this fight. The players have come out of the vehicle. They are going to be right in the crosshair for IQ, but he is still not going to be able to go ahead and capitalize as he uses the nade, shuts down Was. It's going to be a 3v1. IQ, can you do this? Another nade coming in. It's going to land, but it's not going to connect anymore, so there's no more damage getting dealt. It's definitely close, but there's a revival coming in the meanwhile. Another nade knock down. It's a 1v1 right now, unless the revival goes ahead. Roshan is going to attack him towards himself, but Roshan gets it down as well. This is a fight that was so good from this side of IQ, but then he will get shut down by Avenger, and this is the Revenger from the side of R3G. They are going to be able to set their feet back up. They are going to be able to revive all their players if time permits, because the circle is still closing in, but this is a fight I was not expecting to go towards the side of R3G. Woof! What did we just see?
Oh my god, this is again something unexpected that we were least expecting, but GG's over the side. XGeneration versus NES is happening, and NES will just run through the players of Team XGeneration, leaving them out with only 2 elimination points to their name for this match. And now Team XGeneration is out by 3x. They somewhat sensed that there's been a fight happening in close by, and now I believe Team 3x will push forward and will go in a full-fledged fight. They don't know that NES is now 4-man standing, but a good side to choose to push into this compound. But still, Team NES Nightmare, he has to go full-fledged in. Miracle is also joining in, and I believe there you go, Mom2 got knocked out, Maxi with the nade. Team 3x taking the first knock, but let's see how far they can go. Zarbaaf also got knocked out, and it's Miracle versus the whole squad of NES, and NES will confirm those elimination points. These elimination points came for them. They weren't asking for it, but 3x somewhat volunteered, and now Team NES will take those 2 points for themselves. But Miracle, let's see if he's going to take that fight. As we were expecting, Team 3x might get the third chicken dinner, but it doesn't look like Team 3x will have a chance to get that.
Absolutely. I had already started framing my sentences on how I would close that fight, because like 3x with 3 chickens, wow, yay. But it doesn't look like that anymore. NES Iron is already trying to put Miracle into misery. That's not happening just yet, but he's still trying though. Miracle has stood up. He's trying to move around, trying to take a couple of shots at some other team, but in the meanwhile, he is going to be in the crosshairs, and there he goes, completely getting shut down. Exactly, on a random headshot coming in from the side of NES. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful is the only word I have. I mean, saying beautiful when someone is getting headshot is not the most optimal way to talk about it, but I can't help it. It is what it is.
It is what it is, guys, and yeah, sure, definitely you can say that. But on the side, it was a work of art, I must say, coming from the side of
Absolutely.
NES Iron. So to describe art, definitely we have to use those words. But R3G versus H2E now. H2E Tarzan is knocked out. R3G is forced to dealt with. But 70, where are you coming from? What's going on? Where 70 came from? And now they probably take down rest of the players from H2E. Talkosaurus joining in. R3G, they were like, oh, we're the one taking the fight. Who are you? And that's where 70 said, we are here to pick what we left here. And that's what they did, and 7E took down the final two players of H2E. H2E is out of the game on 11th spot, but now 7E versus R3G all together. You know, the question paper is flipped. R3G have to come up with some new answers as well, but Wazi's low on HP. Blue Zone will, you know, definitely push him forward, but there you go. Vortex will confirm the elimination point. 7E, T24 OP took down the knock, but again, QWERTY was also eyeing in the same direction, and they confirmed that elimination point, but there you go. T24 OP. R3G have to push up, otherwise they will be taken out by Blue Zone, which is not a good thing to experience because it's a constant pressure coming your way. But R3G, they have to move uphill. Team 7E, they have a good position. And what is Team 7E players doing? Oh my god! T24 OP confirming the player. Roshan is the final player standing, and 7E will confirm that. And Team R3G with a very good start early on have to leave. Unfortunately, this is part of the game. And once again, we're seeing this feature to pick your fallen comrade in play by the side of 7 elements.
Well, they are going to be able to revive Tokusaurus. They are going to be running with all fours on their, team alive and ready to take the fight. But are they going to be winning this one? It's been a while since we saw 7th Element win, but look at that Tokusaurus that get taken down by the play zone next. But T24 OP is going to make sure that for every single eliminate coming to their team, they have a frag point coming onto their side as well. And when that eliminate is also not going to convert into a complete, oh, okay, never mind. The moment I start saying that, Tokusaurus gets taken out. 7th Element surviving with just 3. Their most important information element has been taken out of the game. Now they're going to have to work on surprise. And that's how they can win themselves the chicken prize. Yes, I should be an author or a poet or nothing. That's something I can do even better.
Yep, and sure, definitely you can look into it. But meanwhile, Team BABLU reviews getting in.
Well, right now it seems like Team QWERTY is gonna hold their horses, stay hidden. But 52 Esports is gonna make their way back in. Oh, they have no idea. They have no idea of Wolverine's position. The whole team from the side of Team QWERTY is alive and ready to fight, but their positioning is not as optimal as you would expect. Voltrex is a little far behind to be able to participate into this fight efficiently. But you never know, he might just have the best weapons for it, and he does. He is going to be able to contribute just as well as he expects. But at the same time, his eyesight is set on 7th Element nonetheless. Right now, it seems like Magnus has the most control of the circle. And once the teams start moving in, 7th Element is going to be in a very tricky situation. Right next to the drop box are located 2 players from the side of Team Magnus who are going to make it impossible for 7th Element to move in without difficulties. The play zone is going to crush them. And from the other side, they are going to be sandwiched by Magnus Esports. Not the best situation, but still one that's going to be beneficial for the side of 52 Esports and QWERTY. Because once this fight starts between 7th Element and Magnus Esports, both of the other teams are going to be able to third party and capitalize onto that one. Voltrex, however, wants to be a little more aggressive, wants to go ahead and take the fight all by himself. So let's see how far this one goes. He already has a player who's all down onto his knees. Khan needs reviving while Wolverine goes ahead and picks a few for himself.
So close.
Joker still survives. He's gonna be able to revive himself without revealing himself for another shot. I did make use of the word.
Yep.
But yeah, in the same time, they are gonna lose one from their team. TFD, 52, 7th Element, all running on man count disadvantage. There's a deficit of 1 man on each team. However, Magnus and QWERTY, with all force, are going to have a great start for themselves once they start moving back into the circle. Magnus can get themselves
my
the chicken. Team
God.
QWERTY getting picked off from the side of 52 Esports. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt so bad. And look at Jalla
Oh
just
my
being
God,
salt
third
baked,
party.
adding salt to the wounds.
Oh my
while
goodness.
7th Element goes ahead and third parties and acquires all the frag points for themselves. But this is not gonna
Oh,
be easy.
GG's.
Nobody's forgiving them for that. They are gonna get picked one after the other, leaving them with 2 men surviving, while 52 Esports still has 3. Magnus is on all 4s, and the Faulty Devils are again surviving with 3. And make it 2? Should we? Should we? Should we?
Yep, the Faulty Devils looks like, and now they have to move out of the circle, and things are getting tricky for them. But Team 70 on the side, 2 of their players are surviving. 52 Esports still getting the most out of them, and 7E probably will be leaving with final player standing, which is again a good performance, above average performance from them. They managed to clean up the remaining players of Team QWERTY, and also they took some good numbers for themselves in elimination points. But look at Magnus Esports, the way they have positioned themselves. Looks like it will be a hard fight against them. Team 52 Esports, 3 of their players are standing, but on the side 7E, I believe they're not gonna go for the revive, or are they? Because if they get their player revived, there is a fair chance TFT might have a difficult time getting against 7E. But I believe the angle that Magnus have, 7E Divine will be picked off, and this another elimination will add in the kill tally of Team Magnus Esports. But we are down to top 4. Team 7E with 1 player surviving. He's outside the circle, and it won't be long where we will see this player getting eliminated. But this was not something I was expecting. This was not the end I was expecting for 7E's player, but he got eliminated with the vehicle burst. But look at this shot. Chotu, man. GG's, you're not Chotu. I can surely tell the way this guy picked up that point, and that precise shot gives me some nostalgic vibes from this kind of gameplay. But there you go, 52 Esports. Now they're deciding which way to go, and they will end up right in the center of Team TFD and Team Magnus Esports.
Well, 52 Esports definitely is in a troubled position. They are going to have a couple of their players getting picked off in exchange of that one single damage that was done from the side of Choto. It's going to result in a 2v3v4, and right now Magnus seems like they have all the advantage. They have the circle control, they have the players advantage, they do have players getting knocked from their side every single minute, but then they are going to be able to revive them because they're so far away from the rest of the teams. They are going to have enough cover to do that as well. Right now the vehicle is getting fueled up. We are going to see the players from the side of Magnus actually try to charge in eventually. They are going to make sure that they have the most coverage of the circle, and look at that. The vehicles are rushing in towards 52 Esports, but Jallad is not letting go. Jallad is not letting go. TFD still suffers some loss from the side of Magnus, but Magnus is not going to have as much advantage as you think they did. They are going to get picked because 52 Esports Choto and 52 Esports Jallad both have their eyes set on Magnus like they have nothing else in the world to worry about. Like TFD does not even exist. This is one team at a time, and 52 Esports is going for Magnus first. There comes the fight. He goes for the shots, does not connect many or any, but in the meantime he is going to have some time to himself where he needs to revive. TFD still trying to invest in the fight. Magnus in a bad situation, even though they have great numbers on themselves. They have a couple of teams both trying to push them in. 52 Esports trying to go for the shots, does not connect any, and in the meanwhile Jallad gets knocked and eliminated. This definitely was a mistake. Exactly. And I feel like this mistake was very well punished. But in the meantime, it's still gonna be a 1v4v3. TFD not losing much. Magnus not losing anything at all. And there it is. 52 Esports losing all they have. And the last fight remained Magnus and TFD.
TFD, definitely there's a fair chance where they can have their hands on the chicken dinner, but looks like Magnus Esports, they have the center for them. And now where TFD Leon going? I'm not sure what kind of strat they're trying to pull here, but Team TFD now, their player is knocked out. Drollin with that headshot definitely have now cleared a man advantage. It's a 4v2 situation, and if they do the math, definitely it's time where Team Magnus Esports should go ahead and start pushing forward, and I believe that's what they're going to do. But two of the players from Magnus Esports, they don't have a vehicle, they cannot leave that position behind that drop, and that's where the problem starts. But Team TFD versus Magnus Esports, Leon is up on his feed, but let's see if they can get a knock with utility. If they do so, I believe Team TFD have a chance, because it will be a 2 versus 3 situation for TFD to deal with. But utility going in, Izzy Boy taking down Drawl, and on the other side, Zibian is changing his position. And if Izzy Boy will get knocked out, Leon is also low on HP. Freestyler have to come in, otherwise it will be a difficult one for TFD. But it's a 2 versus 4 situation. Utility is being dumped. Freestyler is low on HP. Leon is low on HP. I believe they have not more utility left, and Molotov will do further damage for the players of Team TFD. Freestyler is also knocked out. Zen taking down Freestyler. It's a 1 versus 3 situation, and it's just a matter of time where Leon will also just bleed out, and another utility going from the side of Zipian. Izzy will bleed out. Leon is solo survivor, and there you go, finisher with the utility taking down the chicken dinner for themselves. And those happy faces coming from the side of Magnus. A much needed win for Magnus, because they had a good position with the bonus points, and now with this chicken dinner, they'll definitely be back in the game.
Absolutely. It did not look like they were able to deliver as much as was expected from them in the early few matches, but then they closed the day off at a very strong point, and there it is. The winner chicken dinner flashing on our screens, all for Team Magnus. With 22 total points and 12 eliminations, they have literally gone back and claimed their first position back from 3x. Kudos.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there won't be much of the difference in numbers, but yeah, sure, we'll have a look at it in overall ranking. But day 1 is over, guys, with the matches, but we will discuss this after a short break, so don't go anywhere. I'm pretty sure we will be right back.
नहीं यार, आज गेम नहीं खेल सकता।
अहमद,
आ रहा हूँ मम्मी।
हाथ बढ़ाने से, साथ निभाने से, उम्मीद बांटने से खुशियाँ घटती नहीं बस बढ़ती है। वही देता है वही सुनता है, जब भी दोगे तुम सदा।
Welcome back, guys, and make sure to share your kindness, your happiness with other during this Ramadan. This is your host Esan, alongside again it's Sehana. Yeah, what a wonderful finish to the match. It was stretching at the end because we were expecting Magnus to win, but yeah, it was a good fight back coming from TFD. 52 Esports, they could have played a massive role in this final fight, but someone Jalad with some slight mistakes went ahead and just took out the chances of 52 Esports even getting the chicken dinner. But yeah, sure, it was a wonderful match overall.
Absolutely. I mean, it was very dicey until the last match that happened between TFD and Magnus. And well, initially it felt like TFD might be able to capitalize on it, but then the way Magnus used those utilities, it just damaged way too much. And then the way they were positioned, 2 players with the vehicle going up front and 2 players who did not have the vehicle, even though it was situational, it was a great position for them. They were taking shots from behind the crate, and it all added up to them getting the chicken. And there it is, Zen with most number of eliminations, with a humongous amount of damage on himself, and well, a very little heal that he has taken over time. So yeah, I mean, great game overall, a very well-rounded team, Magnus Esports.
Yeah, Magnus Esports, they got everything that is needed for any team to just be one of the dominating teams. If you pick any of their players, they have individual confidence, they have that gun skill, they have that game sense, which is much required on this big of a stage. But sure, sometimes they lag behind, sometimes they just overinvest themselves into the fights and they get third party. But otherwise, in a 4 versus 4 situation against Magnus, it's very rare that you get a chance. You stand a chance. But yeah, sure. Again, another brilliant performance coming from the side of Magnus. Zen with 6 eliminations. Then we have Drawlin with 2 eliminations, but damage is humongous, 649 damage. Then talking about 52 Esports, they've been busy throughout the day.
Yep.
Look at Chotu, once again 4 eliminations. Joker with 4 eliminations. But yeah, 70, they are the dominator, they are the new rising stars. But T24 OP with 4 eliminations, still this team managed to survive till the 4th position. Again, a good performance from them. But looking at 52 Esports, I am very curious now where they're standing in overall ranking, because this team, we have seen them quite some time, in the top 5.
Well, absolutely. It seems like 52 Esports is coming back packed up with a lot of, artillery in their backpacks, trying to get into all of the fights, trying to make the best out of all of it. And we were already talking about the rest of the team stepping up while Choto is solo, carrying the weight of the team. And we are exactly seeing that. I mean, his buddy is already up here with, a great number of frags trying to contribute with him. And Joker has not only had good number of frags, he's also beaten Choto at the amount of damage. So it seems like the team will very soon be able to stand together and acquire themselves a couple of chickens going forward, and maybe even hold themselves a podium place.
Yeah, sure, because 52 Esports, if they keep going like this, maybe, there's a fair chance they can be in top 3. But yeah, it needs more of a consistent performances from them. But I'm sure they are looking into this, and definitely will be a different 52 Esports tomorrow. We're talking about the match summary for this one. Is Magnus Esports, Team NES Nightmare with the highest number of assists with 4 assists. Then we have Khan Zabian and finisher. Then talking about the highest healing done is Team R3G's Noki. R3G, they had a difficult time against Team Aegon XI8. Then moving toward their fight against H2E. 7E intervened at the right time, otherwise it could be a different situation for them. But 7E eliminating R3G was just they make it look so easy. But overall, R3G had a very good fight against Team Aegon XI8. We're talking about the match summary. Once again, it's Magnus with 22 points, 52 Esports with 14 points. So as you were mentioning about the consistency, there you go. The numbers are speaking for themselves. But 7th Element, once again, another consistent performance, 13 total points for them. And North Esports with 10 points to their name. BABLU started with a bang, 6 eliminations, only 1 placement points. Team QWERTY, same for them. They had a very good position in the circle, but 1 circle shift, leaving Pachinki out, it was a difficult one for them. They had to decide which way to go. But anyhow, they survived for quite some time, and they had a good match overall. But second page, that's where the problem starts. 3X couldn't keep their momentum up. Couldn't go for that 3rd chicken dinner. Was not a good decision for them to go into the fight against NES. But rest, 2 elimination points for them. XGeneration with 2 eliminations. The Grounders with 2 eliminations once again. Rest of the teams have only 1 point each, and nothing for Aegon XI8, Freestyle, and H2E for this match. So Aegon, it'll be a different I8 tomorrow, I'm pretty sure, because this performance is not something we can attribute to them. But overall, we had a very well balanced day, because looks like there's been no actual dominator except 3X. Rest of the teams had the fair chance, and some of them got their chances and confirmed the chicken dinners for themselves.
They sure did, but let's just take a look at the overall rankings so that we are able to see where they have established themselves in the complete altogether 6-match combination. And look at that, we've already crossed 100 points, and the difference, we were expecting it to be quite low, but it's already a 14-point difference. It's definitely going to require one very good game for 3X to actually go ahead and capitalize onto Magnus. So yeah, I mean, as you were saying, it's a very balanced day. Even after 2 chickens, 3X was shaken out of their throne. And I mean, what else other than that can actually go ahead and say that, okay, you know what, they were great games.
They were, and as I was mentioning about 52 Esports, consistent performance coming from their side, and now they have those numbers for themselves. But second page has been a kind of a different story. Some of these teams have still a chance to be in top 8, because top 8 is the goal to qualify for the South Asia Championship, and I'm clearly seeing Quantum Rage very close to that. Team Freestyle could be another team, will be challenging teams on the first page. Team Tough slightly struggling once again to get hold of something for themselves, but yeah, Team Tough is a very experienced team once again, and experience can kick in at any time and can do wonders for them. But H2E, Team QWERTY, Team QWERTY had a good start of the day, but unfortunately, again, elimination points are good, placements are not. They have to go for one chicken or maybe top 3 positions. But North Esports, Team The Grounders, and the Faulty Devils, the problem is right there. Looks like these guys are having a bad time.
Exactly. And I mean, take a look at this. I mean, there's literally 0 placement points for all of these matches together. Like, it's like Quantum Rage literally got out of the game in the bottom 8 every single match. That's just so little. And then if you talk about the teams on the front page, if you talk about 3x, even though we are saying that they have consistent performance, I have noticed the thing about 3x, that they have total 20 placement points. They have 2 chickens. That means that's all the points that they got from the chickens. Other than that, every single time they have gotten out back into the lobby in the first 8 eliminations itself. That means the consistency isn't showing up, other than the times when they are actually able to go ahead and capitalize on the frag points. So I feel like the position points still should hold some caliber for these teams to go ahead and try for it. And the aggression that is coming from the side of 3x does need to be controlled a little bit, because you cannot expect to get a chicken, at least a double chicken every single day. And if they hadn't gotten one chicken, they would literally be 10 points below, because they aren't acquiring any of the placement points whatsoever. So I just feel like I need a little more coming in from them at that point, and a little more towards the placement from the side of Quantum Rage as well. Literally 0 placement points, 6 matches and 0 placement points, that too from a team like Quantum Rage. Unexpected.
Yeah, most of their matches were early finishes. Most of their matches were frag points for them, and that's it. But yeah, sure. It's been a bad day for Aegon. It's been a bad day for QWERTY. It's been a bad day for Quantum Rage. So let's see. There will be a different mindset, different type of play style, game strategy will be coming in tomorrow. But as you said, most of these teams, they're not focusing on placement points, and it's a virtue of this new point structure, because you have to work hard for those 10 points. Otherwise, if you just want to go average, just wipe out 2 teams and try to get to third-party eliminations, and that's it. 10 points right away in the backpack, and nothing else you have to do. Even the team who gets the chicken dinner get max of 20-25 points, nothing more, nothing less, which is still not doing much for the team who is putting in the effort, putting in the work to get the chicken dinners. But yeah, sure, again, it's winning the match is a different feel. Winning the match and going forward in the next one with the chicken dinners gives you a different sense of relief. But yeah, sure, teams have to focus on the placement points overall.
Absolutely. I mean, placement points, frag points, all of them are going to be holding quite a lot of value. But the more you focus on the placement points, the longer you survive and the lesser teams you have to fight against. And I just feel like the way these teams have showed their colors right now, it doesn't seem like any team is impossible for any team. Every team is just going to step up and deliver when it's required the most from them. But yeah, I'm still looking for more, placement consistencies from these teams. Obviously, I'm not expecting any team to go ahead and take all 6 chicken dinners, but I'm definitely expecting them to stay in the top 5 if they're taking one, because then that's the only way to actually keep everything together.
Yeah, that's what we have noticed from the side of 52 Esports. They got one chicken dinner, which was a lucky one. I must say, it was a 1 versus 3 against 70. But rest of the day, they kept themselves busy. Even with the placement points they got, I'm pretty sure most of their points came from elimination points. And the good thing is 52 Esports stayed consistent throughout these Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's been a kind of a quick one. I don't know what Roshan said, but yeah, sure. We'll be going back toward the interview, and we'll be right back.
आज 0 पॉइंट्स लिए 3 मैचेस में। इंशाल्लाह ट्राई करेंगे, कल कवर करें उसको भी।
चलें,
अच्छा
viewers
रोशन,
से वो-
मुझे ये
जी,
बताइए।
जी, जी, आदि।
जी अलादीन, आप अपना सवाल कंप्लीट करिए।
मैं बस ये पूछ रहा था कि व्यूअर्स ने आज आपका एक ऐसा हिस्टोरिक मोमेंट देखा जो कि बहुत कम होता है कि यार इस तरह से एक प्लेयर पूरी की पूरी टीम को जो है वो रोकता हुआ नजर आए, और आप उस वक्त आपके माइंड में क्या चल रहा था? एंड आप जानते थे कि आपके सामने चारों प्लेयर्स हैं, तो हाउ डिड यू ट्रेन योर माइंड कि भाई मुझे यहाँ पर क्लच करना है, मुझे यहाँ पर जो वो इस टीम को एलिमिनेट करना है?
जी पहले तो मुझे नहीं पता था 1v4 है। खैर फिर जब ऊपर से कूद के नॉक हुआ था एक प्लेयर उनका, तो फिर मैंने कहा हाँ 1v4 है। बस मुझे एवेंजर बोला तो नेड मार ले, वो किल ना दे। मैंने कहा नहीं, खैर फाइट लेते हैं।
अच्छा,
खैर हीलिंग होती तो रिजल्ट शायद डिफरेंट होता है।
Oh, yes, हाँ,
ज़बरदस्त। अच्छा रोशान, मुझे ये बताइए कि पहला हफ्ता आप लोगों को इतना बेहतर नहीं साबित हुआ था, दूसरे हफ्ते में आकर हमने आपके कमबैक मैचेस देखे थे, तो वो जो जर्नी थी पहले हफ्ते से दूसरे हफ्ते में जब आप आए हैं, क्या माइंडसेट था, किस तरह से आपने सामना किया इस सारी लॉबी का? क्योंकि 7th एलिमेंट्स ने पहले हफ्ते में काफ़ी अच्छे पॉइंट्स निकाले थे, 3x ने काफ़ी बेहतर खेला था, तो क्या आप लोगों को पता था कि दूसरे हफ्ते में ये टीम्स नहीं परफॉर्म कर पाएंगी? लेकिन आप लोगों की अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी क्या थी, क्या आप लोगों की पर्सनल कम्युनिकेशन क्या थी, क्या बातचीत हुई उस ब्रेक के दौरान कि यार दूसरे हफ्ते में हमने इस तरह से खेलना है?
हमारा ये था पहला हफ्ता हमारा कोई शुरू के 2-3 दिन हम बॉटम पे थे, फिर हमने लास्ट 2 दिन हमने कम बैक किया था, तो हम टॉप 5 आ गए थे खैर उसमें। फिर सेकेंड वीक हमारा #1 का एम था। फिर उस सेकेंड वीक के भी एंड के हमने 2-3 दिन हमने फिर चोक किया। फिर फाइनल्स का हमारा ये था कि फाइनल्स में करेंगे इंशाल्लाह।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आपका माइंडसेट बिल्कुल क्लियर है। और इसी के साथ साथ अलादीन, आप कोई सवाल अगर मजीद करना चाहते हैं?
हाँ, मैं यही पूछूंगा, आपकी टीम में जो प्लेयर्स हैं सबके एक बार सबके रोल्स बता दीजिए, और आपकी टीम ने माशाल्लाह से उस एक ऐसी टीम बनकर आई है जो कि टेबल टॉपर्स को compete कर रही है। हाउ कॉन्फिडेंट यू गाइस आर कि आप लोग यहाँ से साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप में जाकर डोमिनेट करेंगे?
IGL वाज है हमारा, और
अच्छा,
नॉकी
IGL
हमारा
वाज है।
एंट्री फ्रैगर है। जी, मैं सपोर्ट पे खेलता हूँ और एवेंजर फ्रैगर है।
ठीक
और साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप का हमारा यही है, उसमें तो खैर कुछ नहीं है। खैर हमारा तो मेन अभी PMW आई है, PMW आई जाना है इंशाल्लाह। या
Main
फिर
goal is
साउथ एशिया
PMWI.
चैंपियनशिप भी। यस PMW आई की गोल है फॉर नाउ।
अच्छा, तो आज का दिन तो चले ख़त्म हो गया है रोशान, आने वाले जो 2 दिन हैं उसके लिए क्या हिकमत अमली है आपके लिए? आपकी क्या सोच है, क्या माइंडसेट है, किस तरह का खेल? एग्रेसिव जाएंगे या जोन टू जोन खेलेंगे, किस तरह से खेलेंगे?
हम नेचुरल गेम ही करेंगे अपना, जैसे हम खेलते हैं। बाकी
ठीक
आज
है।
मिस्टेक्स की हैं, काफ़ी मिस्टेक्स की हैं, कल इंशाल्लाह वो कवर अप करते हैं।
थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। हमने काफ़ी टाइम लिया, आप जाएँ प्रैक्टिस करें और कल के दिन जब वो डोमिनेट करें, इनफैक्ट बाकी दोनों दिन भी डोमिनेट करें, और हमारी दुआएं, हमारी नेक तमन्ना आपके साथ है। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। एक बार बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया एक बार फिर से अदा करें। ख़वातीन साथ R3G से रोशान मौजूद थे हमारे साथ, और
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back once again in R3G. Roshan, he just poured his heart out. He said, like, at that very moment he was thinking, you know, maybe I should go for a fight, and he said if there will be some healing available, it would be a different story. His teammates were suggesting him to just avoid it, you know, just deny his elimination, but somewhat this is what a sportsman spirit is all about. You know, if you're confident enough in your craft, if you're confident enough in your gameplay, definitely give it a try. You know, who knows, there's a different results overall. But yeah, sure, it was a wonderful conversation coming from the side of Roshan. These guys are aiming for PUBG Mobile World Invitation. Let's see how far they can get. Hey, Hannah, what's your thought on this clear-cut mindset of Roshan?
Well, so here's the thing. When he talked about, you know, his teammates actually suggesting him to just go ahead and nade himself, not give the frag point, I was like, I am so grateful that you did not listen to them, Roshan, because again, we wouldn't have seen that amazing, almost clutch coming in from the side of Regicide at that moment. And with the way the fight went, with the way the mindset of Roshan specifically is, I feel like sky is not the limit. No aim is too high. If the team actually works together and all of them adapt this, fight till the death spirit from their side, we might be able to see a little more coming in from the side of R3G. And I think there's only a little more that they need to do to actually make themselves, established in the forefront of, the PUBG Mobile scene, because it just feels like the way they have climbed up, it has been slow, but it has been very steady. And I mean, the consistency has been great from their side. So yeah, I feel like they will be able to do great things, and I'm just waiting to see those great things happen.
Yeah, sure, and definitely R3G have that potential. The new lineup, the way these guys are playing, definitely I'm pretty sure Team R3G will, achieve what they're aiming for. But talking about the elimination leaders, we have Miracle on top with 90 elimination points, just running away with that first spot. But behind him, it's Team Uzum, not Uzum, Team Iconic Side, Uzum and IQ. Both of these guys are chasing Miracle down. Shami Boy slightly changed his position, but not that far. 77 eliminations to his name. But on the other side, we have Noki with 77 eliminations right next doors. Maybe try to dethrone Shamir from that fourth position. But rightly so, XGeneration, Shamir, he's keeping himself busy and he's taking those frag points, which are much needed for keeping him in the elimination leaders. But overall, looks like 3x Miracle is about to, I believe, gonna build more lead in front of the Iconic Excite players.
Absolutely. I mean, it was ironic to see that Miracle had the least amount of damage in the whole, top 5 eliminators though. But yeah, I mean, he does have the most number of frag points, and that puts him where he is. With 90 frag points already on board, it seems like it's just gonna be one more day and we'll just see Miracle go ahead and secure himself a 3-point digit score on his, elimination feed. But like, yeah, today was a very mixed emotions day. We saw all the way from freestylers and 52 esports getting their chickens. We also saw Magnus come back up again. 3x went ahead for 2 chickens nonetheless, and Regicide, well, they won a different match, but they did play very, very well in the Miramar against 3x. That was the favorite one.
Absolutely. Again, talking about performances, guys, these performances will definitely continue in remaining 2 days as well. But it's time to leave. This broadcast. But before we go, make sure you guys follow us on our socials, and the socials are displayed down below on the screen. Make sure to follow us on Instagram. Go ahead and subscribe to YouTube channel for PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan. And also make sure to check us out on Facebook at PUBG Mobile Pakistan Official to stay updated with each and everything happening throughout this PMPL and moving forward, more competitive scene overall. But this was your host, Essen, and I had Ehana with me throughout this day. Thank you so much, Ehana, once again. See you guys tomorrow, same time, same broadcast. Till then, take care of yourselves and have a good day.